everyone. I'm so happy to be here and see all of you out there. Welcome to our very first edition of Zak World of Façades in the great city of Atlanta. This is our 194th edition of our global conference series, which started about 12 years ago. I'm Susan Kramer, the Americas Director, and I'm very happy to lead off today's event. When we say Zak World of Façades, we do mean it literally. As you can see, we will cover the globe in 2026, from A to B. Thank you all for taking the time to be with us today, and to all the speakers who have created presentations especially for this event. We think you'll find them to be relevant, informative, and most of all, inspiring. Each of our conferences is planned specifically for each city and region, and we strive to offer as much original content as possible. I also want to thank our partners whose support of the Zak conferences make this all possible. I encourage you to take the opportunity during the breaks to speak with them one-on-one to see what solutions they can provide to your design and technical challenges. Let's thank American Fiber Cement, AGC Chemicals, Eneko, Igartua, Atlas Energy Shield, Avenir Cladding, Cosentino, C.R. Lawrence, Cool Roof Rating Council, Dry Design, Fassada Steel, FG Glass, Forster, Guardian Glass, Janssen, Kingspan, Kuraray, Porcelanosa Façades, Press Glass, Rayners Aluminum, and Stowe. Our largest North American event and our 198th will take place on October 15th in New York City. You should all come up for that one. It's going to be great. Seats are limited, so I suggest you sign up as soon as possible, but definitely worth a visit. And we finished the year that started in Mexico and Brazil with our very close neighbors up north in Toronto. We are planning to make this an annual event as we receive a very warm welcome from our Canadian friends. We will be in 7 U.S. cities and 3 in Canada next year, and we're excited to add some new ones like Houston, Phoenix, and Calgary, Canada. And just a few housekeeping notes. If you are an AIA member, you need to sign up at the end of the day on the sheets on your way out, and members can receive 6 AIA HSW credits. You can also request a certificate of completion if you're not an AIA member. And the venue asks that you not bring lunch inside this forum, but to have it out in the expo. Drinks and coffee are fine. And then we will ask that all of the session speakers return to the stage at the conclusion of their session for a quick photo op. And now, I would like to introduce you to Michael Rometo. That's your cue. Michael is principal of Ware Malcomb, and he has graciously offered to host today's event. And I'm sure that Michael's technical knowledge and engineering expertise will provide us with some sharp insights on today's presentations. Please give Michael a warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Susan mentioned, my name is Michael Rometo. I'm principal of MEP and Structural Engineering at Ware Malcomb. I've been in the town here for 25 years. Started with Kuraray International, then our group moved over to CBRE, and a couple of months ago we transitioned over to Ware Malcomb, full service architecture, engineering, civil engineering, design firm here in town. Just a couple of our projects listed above. From that MEP and structural background, we've always been interested in the facade world as it relates to how buildings and the environment interact, whether it's energy modeling, whether it's trying to find unique solutions with clients from interior, exterior lighting, or whether it's on the structural side, how do these interact with either load bearing or non-load bearing. So the facades, as you know, always early in the design process. When you show a client a picture of a building that they're interested in, they don't see the structure, they don't see the MEP, they see that facade, they see the outside. So it's always a critical part of that building system. Susan touched on most of the announcements, but I do have a couple other housekeeping notes. We do have coffee breaks and a lunch hour to network and engage with our exhibitors next door. At the end of the day, there will be more snacks and socializing in the expo, so it's a great opportunity to see their materials up close. And we thank them for their support throughout today's events. So we're going to start with our first of our 3 sessions. So I'd like to introduce our first speaker of the day, Kevin Heidorn, studio leader from Oppenheim Architecture, and his topic is Star Metals District, a metal facade 3 ways. So please welcome Kevin to the stage.
Thanks, Mike, and thank you, Susan, for inviting me today. I went to the Zak conference in Miami. It was a really great event. So I'm Kevin Heidorn, studio leader at Oppenheim Architecture. For those of you that don't know us, we're based in Miami, but have offices in Aspen, LA, Basel, Switzerland, and Toronto and Albania, all places. We're fortunate enough to do projects all over the world, all 6 continents, hoping one day for something in Antarctica. So if anybody has any ideas, let me know. And we do a full range of project types, from single-family luxury all the way up to towers, big mixed-use projects, and master plans. Our adventures in Atlanta started about 10 years ago when our great client, the Alan Morris Company, invited us up to do their first project here in the West Midtown area. And so with most projects, we immerse ourselves in the history, the context, the site. The West Midtown area of Atlanta was significant because it was an epicenter of commerce and trading for Atlanta as the railroad was formed in the early 1800s. Atlanta was the end of the line, literally. So a lot of the development in the area consisted of agrarian and industrial buildings. But as the city grew and the development shifted elsewhere, a lot of these buildings were either abandoned or demolished. And so it wasn't really until the 1990s when developers started taking an interest in the area again and started doing a lot of really interesting adaptive reuse projects. So we took a lot of inspiration from those original buildings. They were built at the scale to accommodate the storage for warehouses, factories, stockyards, things like that. And then we also took a lot of inspiration from the railroad that still exists there today, actually. This is Inman Rail Yard. We just thought, some of this imagery was really amazing and inspired by how we could sort of incorporate this into our design. And then equally, we were interested in some of the materials that were used, since these were economical buildings. We like the simple brick, the metal, glazing. So today, we've completed 3 buildings in the district. Central West Midtown at Star Metals office, and Stella at Star Metals. And today I'll quickly walk you through the 3 projects and kind of explain how the facades were informed by some of the research we did in the context of the area. So the first project was, we called it Star Metals Residential initially, but it was our first project in Atlanta, our client's first project, and also our first multi-family project. But we were teamed up with Dwell Design Studio, represented here today, and they kind of really helped us through the technical aspects of the project. So with most projects, we start with these massing studies to see how the program fits in the site. And then with most multifamily projects, the idea is to site the precast efficient garage on the site and then pack as many residential units around it as possible. I think they call it a Texas multifamily lingo. But one of the things we always wanted to do is we wanted to curve part of the building to keep it away. This is the main intersection at Howard Mill and 11th Street. But we wanted to open up and let the building breathe a little bit because it was a fairly large structure. So the facade, we took inspiration again from the early warehouse, so it's a simple grid, and we looked at dozens of material selections from Corten steel to zinc to even cement fiber panel, and different railing configurations, balcony finishes. But eventually we landed on a corrugated pre-finished metal panel with exposed fasteners. And again, because the building was so large, we had articulated in two different ways to make it seem almost like it's two separate projects. So you can see one, the dark gray is smooth and fluid, while the other side is sawtooth and rectilinear. And then we spent a lot of time detailing the facades to figure out exactly how the joints would work. There was a time-lapse video of a mock-up that didn't come through. So anyway, a full-size mock-up was built on the site, which became an invaluable resource for us to fine-tune the details and figure out how all these connections would come together. And here's some images of the final building. You can see kind of the right side, the sawtooth silver part, and then the darker cut fluid part on the left. And this is where the two segments of the building meet. So again, one of the things we were trying to achieve is an abstraction and also, simple, using simple materials. The exposed fastener panel kind of really told the story for us. And then you can see the darker sections of the building almost appear black in some areas. So we really got a lot of bang for the buck with the metallic finish panel because it does change colors over different weather conditions and lighting conditions. So our second project was directly across the street. This is Star Mill's office building. This is a 12-story, 225,000 square foot building. Again, for the same client, the Norris company. And we'd done a couple of office buildings prior to this, but our client challenged us with an interesting challenge, which was to create an office building that had multiple size tenant floors and also exterior terraces, which is a bit atypical for an office building. So these were some of the early massing studies we did. And this was we started to look at the building as sort of a stack of tenants so that maybe each floor was articulated differently to possibly represent the tenants on that floor. And again, we took a lot of inspiration from the materials we found around the site. And this idea of stacking these volumes. For the materials, interestingly enough, we thought this was going to be a cast-in-place concrete building. People kind of got nervous about the quality expectations of the concrete. Then we thought it was a precast building, but the cantilevers provided some challenges for the understory lifts. So we studied tons of different ways to articulate the slab edges and the fenestrations. But around the same time, Star Metal's name for the district started to gain some weight with the client, so it seemed like a metal panel would make a natural sense for this building. So we developed a sort of faceted, composite metal panel system with really sharp edges, and then we were able to infill some of the corrugated metal to make the tie to the residential building across the street. And then this is the finished images of that building. We selected a warmer hue for this building, again, to kind of give it some distinction from the residential building across the street. And the glazing was articulated in a way to kind of represent the factory windows that are coming in the area. I think this building also has, it used to be the largest amount of green roof in Atlanta. I'm not sure if that's, somebody might want to fact check that, but it's about 27,000 square feet of green roof. But we were able to achieve sort of these dramatic views with the cantilevers and the sharp edges of the metal facade. The champagne-colored panel we selected really takes on some amazing aspects when the light isn't just right for different parts of the day. But there you can see the two projects close against each other. And then the views from some of the terraces are pretty amazing, looking back at Midtown, downtown, and Buckhead. That's the overall with the residential building in the background. So our third project was Stella at Star Metals. This was another collaboration with the World Design Studio as our local architect of record. Stella's a 21-story multi-family building of 327 units. And for about 2 years, the project was nothing but these massing studies over and over again to try to figure out how to fit the program on the site. There's about 30 feet of elevation change from one side to another, which brought all kinds of challenges for accessing garage and retail lobbies. But when the project finally took off, the concept became to maximize the envelope of program on the site, and then to erode special parts of the project. So the ground floor lobby, there's a sky lounge on the 17th floor, and then some of the larger residential units at the top of terraces. And again, we studied, how do we finish the edge of the slab, and what's the architectural expression. We looked at a few different materials, but because in the Star Metals district, we did end up with metal on this one as well. The question for this, though, is, what color do we make the metal panel? We kind of always rendered it this sort of weird beigey metallic color that everybody hated. And then one day we rendered it in this bright copper panel that everybody seemed to like. So we thought we had something special. So again, we made a mock-up, and we put actually 3 different panels on the mock-up and tested over lighting conditions throughout the day. And then at that point it became obvious that if you're going to do a copper building, you might as well make it a bright copper building. So this is the finished building. Some of the curves, again, are a reference to the railroad track imagery that we liked, and the sweeping curves. We tried to integrate as much green roof into this project as well. And then here's a view of the amenity deck below. And then we put some of these appendages, these green roof areas, to kind of break down the scale of the building as well. There you can see kind of the erosion at the top of the building where some of the larger units were exposed. And some 3 of the buildings together in context. That's the sky lounge on the 17th floor, which has some really amazing views of Midtown. And then this is above the lobby and main entry area. Again, we kind of cut out this much program to make that a dramatic outdoor space. There you can see that it's actually a 3-level lobby. It starts from the leasing office at the top, the lobby, and then the lowest level is where the residents have their main room. projects, looking overall, which we think makes a happy family. We wanted to create sort of this language, this DNA, that hopefully in the future we can add more members to this family in the neighborhood. Thank you so much.
With that office space, don't let your structural engineer ever tell you they hate non-repetitive floor plans. We love it when we just shake it up and have all the skin members added. For our next speaker, we have Patrick Deveau, Vice President of JLL, who will speak on owners' perspectives on facades. Please welcome Patrick.
All right, so Zak's going to present to give more of an owner's perspective on the industry. Wanted to show you all some case studies, talk a little bit about my bio so you understand what's informed, my opinions, and then talk a little bit about things that you all should consider as you're working with owners of various types. So I'm an architect by training, still maintain a license. Grew up in Atlanta, have a master's in architecture from Georgia Tech. I worked in New York for a facade consulting firm Front, comprised of architects, engineers, advising owners and other architects and also contractors on the whole project life cycle. So it was a really interesting background. Oftentimes we would be hired by design architects, oftentimes we would be hired by owners who would say, hey, we've got a really high profile design team, we need someone to work with them to shape the facade system into something that can be designed, procured, bought, installed, warranted, all those sort of things. And then sometimes we'd actually be hired by facade contractors who would say, hey, we've represented to a general contractor, we've represented to an owner that we can do final design, shop drawings, engineering analysis of a certain product type. We don't have that expertise in-house. Can you guys do that for us? So it's been an interesting set of experiences. While at JLL, I lead our higher ed group for the Southeast. So we build large buildings for colleges, universities, do feasibility studies. There's a sampling of images here. Some are from Atlanta and some are from New York. As you can see, various types, institutional scale, down to residential, adaptive reuse, and everything in between. Just walking through a couple case studies real quick. So the first one is Tech Square. So I've had the fortune of working on this project for about 3.5 years. So JLL is the PM on the project. We're providing development management services going back from 2018 all the way through turnover, which will be coming shortly. The ownership structure is complex. So it's a Four Regions project, University System of Georgia, Georgia Institute of Technology is also effectively an owner. And the project will eventually revert to the State Properties Commission. So each of these various groups have different insights and opinions and processes that we have to interweave for a successful project. Turner is the CM on it, and the architecture firm is RJTR in conjunction with EDR. And I know that T. Smith is presenting on this one later. For the sake of time, I'll probably just kind of roll through some of these images quickly. We are using Multivista for their site documentation. They provide drone footage as well as Fraser imagery and documentation throughout the project. So these images are from them. Substantial completion will be in about 55 days. And then final completion will be by the end of the year for the board shell portion. This is an interesting kind of side note that I did want to talk to you all about. So, as I give this presentation, JLL, we don't own per se, we don't have financing risk, we don't have interest in the deal. It's fee development on behalf of owners. So a lot of the opinions that you're seeing are opinions from other owners. And so what you can see in the top left is literally a text message that I got from somebody pretty high up at Georgia Tech who was walking by the site at one point. and took a picture and circled some things and then texted it to me and said, why do we do it this way? And what you'll find with owners of various types is that they're very opinionated. They might not know the things that they're opinionated on yet, and you have to walk them through that process. And so what's interesting about this example is the architect detailed a particular detail of the front of house in a way that saved money, and they assumed was in the owner's best interest. And when the owner saw it, the owner said, I actually really don't like that. We should have done it the other way. And so the lesson learned here is, if you're an architect, don't be afraid to spend money, especially in the front of house spaces, because oftentimes, if you make an assumption that something should be done the cheapest way, an owner might say, tear it out and do it differently. Another project just in construction, before the tower came down, waste. So a project that I had the fortune of working on when I lived in New York for about 5 years was owned by Tishman Speyer. The design team was Rex in conjunction with Kenny Heating Architects as the architect of record. CM was Davis. So we worked on this project from initial massing. So there was just a rendering of the whole that could be built for zoning. Mark Simmons, who's a great mentor of mine and one of the partners in front, and I met with Rex in 2014, where they threw out pretty much every idea under the sun of what this facade could be. We helped advise, consult, we did the facade details and facade portions of the SDCD DD sets, as well as informed on the procurement. This project's an interesting one in many ways. The facade system is frameless, it's base supported, cantilever, and structural glass. So it's not unlike a typical part wall, it's base supported, cantilevers up, and it's laterally restrained at the head. It's floor to ceiling curved glass, the panels are 5 feet wide. Radius is 9'6", and they're 11'3" high. So they're very big, single row panels. There's not a spanning zone. The architecture was detailed very specifically to try to avoid that. The columns are recessed from the edge of slab by 10 feet to line with the office module. But what's really interesting about this project that what people don't know is it's a spec office building. So typically spec developer-driven office buildings from a facade standpoint are pretty basic. And they're done that way intentionally because the owner is borrowing a lot of money and is trying to limit the risk. Tishman Speyer, in this instance, is a very sophisticated owner, thought they could get about $12 per square foot in an annualized rent basis based on this design. And the design drove basically all of their activities. We worked with them. They were very skeptical of it to begin with. One of the downsides of curved glass is when you're on the inside looking out, does it have kind of a funhouse effect? Is the distortion, particularly at the extreme peak, enough where if people are walking by, do they get dizzy? Is it kind of not a nice experience? Which, from a facade standpoint, is an excellent thing to investigate. So what you'll see here, so this is during construction. This is actually a photograph by Vaughn, who I reached out to actually gave me permission to present this today. It looks like a rendering, and so the team sees that as a very successful partnership. I took this photograph outside of Beijing in June of 2016. And as part of what we did to help convince the owner of the skepticism of distortion and potential optical flaws in curved glass, we set up a series of mock-ups and hired 5 different glass manufacturers around the world to build 2 full-size panels on a rolling plane that we could take around their factory to vet for quality. Because Tishman Speyer stands as And it hit hard. But I'm standing too close to this. Get a little bit feedback. But North Class outside of Beijing ultimately won the job. This is a photograph that I took during a factory visit. Wow. 2050 N Street is out for GMP pricing. The next collaborative project with Rex came along. So I started working on this project in, I think, 2016 or so. So Performing Arts Center for Brown University. We used a lot of similar facade details. We see a lot of geometry that's quite similar. Very interesting project from an owner profile. So this one was conducted through integrated project delivery, so IPD, as opposed to design build or design bid build. So most people know this process from textbooks in school. It's not widely used, but basically how it was resolved from an ownership structure is a LLC was formed at the beginning of the project. Each of the consultants, as well as trade contractors, had an ownership stake in the LLC. The project was divided into 6 clusters. I was the lead for the facade cluster, which was everything vertical as well as horizontal, including hardscape, frankly, as well as roofing and other things. So we were all kind of given our own little fiefdom. And we met in person collaboratively for about 3 years in Providence to usher this project along. This is a rendering from Lexicon. This is a photograph from me and Vaughn. So we're quite proud of how the initial rendering from the from the concept phase matched the photograph at the end of the job. From a facade standpoint, everything's basically shrink wrapped to a large configurable black box auditorium theater. So the extruded aluminum rain screen facade above the lobby level is made in 3 or 4 pieces actually. We originally designed it as 3. But anyway, so I ran the procurement process. We ultimately hired Rochman to perform the job. The glass is from Interpain in Germany. I believe Rochman used Sapa Hydro for the aluminum extrusions. This is a photograph from that side specifically. Interior shot here on the right. You can see it's actually coming off of 2050 M Street. So the glass itself is included, but the glass is structural. The panels are wider. It's frameless on the verticals, right? So there's no vertical lines. This glass is 10 feet wide. Similarly, base supported, cantilevered up, restrained at the head. It sits on a banana rocker because the upper facades are cantilevered down from a trusted roof. So there's actually no columns inside the building, which is pretty wild. That was a big thing that Rex and others progressed throughout the job, but it let the facade be quite seamless. So there's 2 trusses there at the fire egress stairs that you can see on the right wrapped in stainless steel. For the sake of time, I'm just going to start kind of marching through these a little bit faster, but considerations on the owner side, you really need to match what you're doing to the owner profile. Is the job public or private? Large or small, is it donor funded or state funded? Donors, in the instance of the Brown Performing Arts Center, particularly if it's a very wealthy New York hedge fund donor, wants something quite luxurious ascribed to their name. If they're going to give any money, they want it to be really nice. State funded, particularly in the state of Georgia, Chancellor Sonny Perdue of the University System of Georgia likes to always say no more Taj Mahals. Right, so there's a very, very different mindset. And from the design team or the contracting team, if you don't match your mindset to that of the owner, you're going to have a pretty bumpy road. Particularly on the spec developer side, to inspire in the example of 2050 M Street, wanted that project to be a showcase building. They wanted to develop it and build it, which is a different investment strategy if they were just trying to flip it. right? So a lot of developers build ground up, they build a box, they lease a box, within 2 years they sell the box, and you make the most amount of money on a return basis doing that. Ware was trying to do something different. In that instance, they were going to hold it for a long time. They wanted to be around it. While working for Front, the two most common questions that I got from design architects is they would show up to every first meeting and show me a picture of the Apple Cube, or they would show me a picture of Anish Kapoor's Cloud Gate sculpture. Both miraculous things to witness. Both pretty much never tailored to the type of project we were working on. If you look at the Apple Cube example, it's a private project. We didn't work on that one. That was actually the Callahan. But probably in the 6,000 to 7,000 range per square foot for that facade. Anish Kapoor's Cloud Gate sculpture was $23 million, which on a price per square foot basis is like $27,000 per square foot. So when you think about people showing you those examples and saying, I want to do this for a spec office building, it's hard to pull a rabbit out of the hat. The normal triumvirate, owner, architect, contractor is a bit of a myth. If you're doing a small restaurant renovation, this is what it looks like. The reality is that groups like Deveau navigate a much more complex landscape. Owners are not a single person unless it's one really, really rich person, and that's a rarity. Usually it is a group of folks who are an executive leadership team, senior management team. They have inputs and opinions from everyone. Architects and their consultants, contractors and their subs. There's a lot of different opinions kind of throughout the process, and you have to navigate it. In terms of scheduling, and if you're an architect and you're looking to design something very boutique, very custom, most people think it's a pretty linear process. The actuality is that it's really overlapped. Even more, the actuality is that it's not that linear. It's kind of more like three, where you go forward and then you go back a little bit, you go forward and then you go back a little bit. There's a little bit of iteration. And then particularly from the facade standpoint, it's really more like four. Very early in the job, you hit a fork in the road. Are you doing this option, this option, this option? You make a call, you go this way. You refine that, you make a call. So as you move throughout a project, to get all the way to the end of the black line below, and then realize you're over budget and need to return to one of the options from the initial fork in the road, you've totally busted the schedule, and you're not going to do it. So from an owner standpoint, what we see on the facade side is that people need to come to a project already knowing a lot about facade types. They already need to know vendors and subcontractors in the area. That's the main mistake that we see architects make, is that they think how to build it is too much means and methods, and they come with an idea that is either not matched to local facade contractors, or will take too long in order to be matched to local facade contractors. And when you do that strategy from an owner standpoint, there's too much uncertainty, and you get too far down the road, and uncertainty is really what kills the design. It's not the actual final bid, it's the fact that in 6 months you might get a bid that's too high, and as the owner, you have to be strategic in making a move to kind of switch before that. So I'm running a little low on time here, but my recommendation would be, if you're trying to do something really innovative, you really have until kind of the middle of the concept or the start of schematic design to do it. In 2050 M Street, we, on the front side, had a full suite of details and had done kind of a pre-engineering package by that point. And if we had waited until GMP, if we had waited until DD, the building would be flat. Mock-ups on the other side. So this was one that I did in schematic design for Brown. I drew an extrusion. I had a fabricator in China cut a die and sent me about 20 linear feet in custom extrusion. Sounds crazy, it's actually doable. This was the performance mock-up we tested for InStreet in order to vet the design. We did this quite early after the war in order to prove out the detailing works. This is a mock-up for Tech Square. Got like 2 seconds left. I don't know if it's gonna ding me. Okay, I need like 30 more seconds. So the main takeaway that I would say for this is DE from an owner's side or from an owner's rep side is a healthy part of the process. Oftentimes it's something that's required. We have to suggest cost reduction options. And if you're an architect, sometimes we're doing it to test you, and sometimes we want you to fight. Because if you don't fight for it, I'm not going to fight for it. And a lot of ideas die because the architect's not willing to fight for it. And then the last thing I would say is that there's always someone on a project who's hired to map risk, and risk evolves throughout the project. And if you're trying to do something fully custom, you really need to do a lot of pre-legwork to identify the risk. Otherwise, you'll run out of time. And if you run out of time, then you'll end up with something that's relatively conventional. So that's all I got. Thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker is Thomas Miller, Global Head of Projects, Forster Profile Systems, speaking on framing safety and style, best practices for steel curtain walls and fire-rated openings. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you. Let me start with a question. You're designers and you have to work on this refurbishment in this hotel in Belgium, and this is of course the finished product. You have to work on the facade, the glass. What is the right material for the frames? Is it a plastic profile? Is it an aluminum profile? Wood? Steel? Just leave this open. This is steel, very thin profiles. It's a very artificial title, best practice for steel curtain walls. I think it explains it better. I want to inspire you a bit more on the granular material side. I saw a couple of beautiful projects already. We're going to see a lot more later today. We at Forster, we understand steel and fireproofing, fire rating, and safety. This is minority. And that's what I'm going to talk about more on the material, on the granular side, and what we do, how we approach projects. Besides our standard product, system product line, how do we make sure we match your project timeline? Using mock-ups, classic, but also using state-of-the-art simulations, finite elements in your computer. My job is I always see these non-standardized projects. I'm an architect myself. I worked my entire career in the facade industry, some of the Apple projects which you saw earlier, museums in Texas and all over the world. So let's not waste time with the speaker. I'm going to talk about the steel as a product. I'm going to talk about profile, the Forster approach to things that we really live, sustainability. I will briefly explain what the difference is between a system and a solution, a project solution. And as I said before, simulations in order to speed up the design process for being able to provide project solutions within your time schedule. And some examples at the very end. Why steel? Steel is basically a classic material, and we, I would say, reinvent the use of steel in a very modern way so that it matches modern specifications, code requirements, and designs. And you see a little preview on the right side. This is what we're actually most famous for. We use separators in our profiles in order to reduce the energy transmission between outer and inner profile. So U values of 0.13 are not a problem at all with steel solutions today. It's a very strong material. Why is strength important? You can reduce the thickness of a glass, of a profile, of a safe, a window system, a door system. But the same time, looking at bulletproof requirements, explosion requirements, typhoon, the storms are getting more severe. This is a product which you don't hide in an aluminum profile, you basically show it, right? Sustainability, I'll get back to that in a second, where you can match or you can hit the specified criteria much easier using steel than other products. Versatile in design, we can, besides our standard products, we can custom design our solutions, our facades, our doors to your design, to come to geometry and whatnot. And then security, that's what I've talked about before, bulletproof, and thermal performance and durability. I mean, you put a steel facade out there, and if the coating is done well, and this is what we also work with that industry together, it's going to last basically forever. Talking about steel sustainability, we're using low carbon emission steel, which means our recycling content is usually around 80 to 85%. With aluminum, you're way, you're like 15-20%, which also has an impact on the CO2 use, or primary aluminum. So basically, the energy you use, you have to use for fabricating 1 ton of steel, primary steel, versus aluminum. You see it's about half. Why is there a big span, 13 to 17, 6 to 12? It's basically depending on the blast furnace. If you have an old blast furnace in Russia, which is 50 years old, versus a modern one with thermal recycling in Japan. So this is where this 13 to 17 range comes from. But you see it's basically half of the energy which we use. Forster, just a few words about Forster. We're Swiss companies, and we're 151 years old. We had a big celebration last year. And like I said before, we understand steel. Everything is cold rolled steel, and we're a system supplier, active all over the world. And our annual production is about 14,000 tons. And let's just say 2,400 miles of cold form steel profiles, which then will be fabricated into doors, windows, and facades. Basically everything you need around the door. And this is something we're very proud of. We're completely energy self-sufficient. We have photovoltaic panels on the roof, and which allows us on a normal average summer sunny day to basically fabricate or to basically use our own energy completely. We're the first building in Switzerland which received the Platinum certification, the LEED certification. The fabrication shop is gold, and one of the reasons is we don't have our own train station in Switzerland. So if our employees have to come to the car and bike, so otherwise we'll probably Platinum there too. We're a system supplier, and system means you have a kit of components which a fabricator in say America would pick their product from and then build doors, windows, and facades. Our main partner here is Macquarie Glass in the US market, and we work with a couple of smaller ones in addition. The reality is, a lot of the project, and this is what we're talking here, is non-standard. So be because of challenging geometry or the specification, the codes. The picture in the center is Belgian consulate. It's like a embassy building. You have bullet resistance and whatnot. And on the right side, it's a museum door with fire rating, burglary, high burglary ratings, and so on. So it's usually a combination of various ratings. We do classic, as we just saw before in the presentation, we do classic mock-ups, of course, bulletproof, but also you see geometry-wise, this is going into a project in France, and you see this 1970s design of a glass, and this is an operable window. So they have 2,000 of these operable windows in those odd shapes. We, of course, would not sell this as a standard product. We do mock-ups, we build frames, we build elements which then will be used, opening cycles, air tightness, and so on. And so we make sure that the project will become a success and there's no leakage. Burglary safety, a growing issue all over the world. We do tests, which leads me to the more sophisticated approach. And this is what we're proud of. We invested heavily in collecting data out of real testing and basically fed that into our version of ANSYS. So we work with finite elements, and the reason or the important outcome from this is it just accelerates massively the design process. What we saw earlier from Patrick, the timeline, the design phase where you try different solutions. Is this going to work? We can simulate something like this within a day and at basically no real cost. Real fire testing takes 6 months and costs you a few $100,000 US. So the sun here. The learning here was basically we're using 2 buckets. The upper bucket collects the energy, collects the heat, and then once it's overflows, the center part of the profile dampens the heat and the energy. So this is all simulated within the system, and if you come up with a new design and reach out to us and say, hey, I have whatever in odd shape profile facade solution, we can simulate this in no time and make sure you have 220 minutes fire rating within your system at very little cost. Or just, it looks odd and sounds very simple, but it was a pretty involved process to get to this point. Also simulating gaskets. Why is this important? It's double gasket for hurricane testing processes. So we make sure that we don't have any surprises when we really go for physical testing, which in many cases is still needed, in some markets not, but we don't have any surprises and don't release loops, which was so we're avoiding that. Or thermal break, which I showed you before. The thermal break, and I said I'm going to be more granular away from the big picture of the facade. This is a very involved process to weld a stainless steel separator into a carbon steel profile, combine this in an industrial welding process. So it's an endless welding process. So we have to simulate that because the very moment you start welding in that heat impact zone, you change the material. So all this has to be basically fed into the simulation software. And this is one of the signature products which you probably have seen before. And of course, simulating then the thermal transmittance. We're using stainless steel, of course, and this is a simulation of the welding process. We're using stainless steel because it has 1/3 less, better values, of course, in regards to the energy transfer. And this is one of the outcomes of those simulations. This is a project it's currently under construction in Shanghai. United Imaging, they designed from scratch a new headquarters, lab space and offices. The entire facade is steel facade, and because of the high typhoon loads, the storms, the wind-sucking loads, and because of some challenges with the local building authorities, we basically developed a new facade system within 6 months. And we got approved. We worked together with a facade consultant in Shanghai. And I would just say without simulations, just with mock-ups, this would probably not work. Just to give you an idea, developing a new steel profile takes about 4 months, simply because of tooling. A gasket I can get within 1 month, but 4 months, usually average what it's taken time-wise to get your profile in your hand. So then you start building the mock-up. If you simulate everything, you can do this in a few days. Same project, and we take care of the entire process. So it's not just, okay, this is your product, have fun with it. We take care of logistics. So it was a challenge. You have a raw material. Steel will be coated out of the fabrication process. You have a raw material which you ship over to China from Europe, from Switzerland. We bubble wrapped it in a greasy, oily, paper foil, so it was a Christmas gift. It came out in Shanghai, out of the containers, they were brand new. We shipped 35 container, 40-foot containers to Shanghai. The material arrived in a perfect way. We sent people over to Shanghai to help the fabricators, and yeah, that's basically also some pictures of the current installation process. Some other reference projects or best case projects, just to sum up the presentation. This is a project in California State University in California, the 120 minutes fixed glass windows, which were developed together with our Metrotech in those days. And brand new project in Switzerland. We use a conversion of a old industrial complex into, well, it's a combined use work and living. And what you see is it's carbon steel, but hot galvanized finish. That's what the architect wanted, the industrial look. But it's a very thin profile, but it's using triple glazed units. So it's a deep, you can see it here on the open window. It's a pretty impressive, deep, highly insulated glass window, but still using very slim profiles, which you could never do with, let's say, aluminum or wood or plastic. A nursing facility, which we just finished in Switzerland. And there's this courtyard, fire rate, big issue, fire rate. There were no corridors, no dead ends, so people with Alzheimer's don't get stuck in a corridor and they don't know where to go. So they completely circle. This is the idea behind it. Actually, simultaneously, where you can see people wandering around and when they need help, they're finding bending profile is not a problem. Twisting profile is not a problem. Steel is very soft, despite being a hard, very rigid material. The architect here in the Netherlands for the shopping mall wanted honest material. So he said timber and steel, that's the honest material he's going to use. A private jet airport in Southern California, and of course you have a big fire hazard on that on the left side, and these reception buildings or structures on the right. We protect these spaces. And the final project, a very iconic building, which had to be closed because the fire department in Paris they said it's so dangerous, we have to basically close it on next week. Sundar Architects got the design award for the refurbishment, and it's a combination of this department store and hotel on the top floors. And because it's a historic building, you need thin profiles, and at the same time you need to meet these fire rated requirements. This is a perfect example why steel in a modern context is the right product for your projects. And that's it. Thank you very much.
As a reminder, as we near the end of the first session, if Kevin, Patrick, and Thomas could come back up for photos and a thank you from Zak at the end. Our next speaker, Dryden Razook, Design Principal S9, speaking on facade strategies and adaptive reuse, campus 244 and New York.
All right, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here. I'm New York based, but grew up in Atlanta, so excited also to be doing work in Atlanta. S9 Architecture, we are just one office in New York for about 60 design professionals. We do all types of design work, but probably people know us best for our adaptive reuse, because that's really what's most public. So today I wanted to talk about kind of the strategies and different approaches to different types of adaptive reuse, and also why reuse. I think there's a lot of environmental reasons for adaptive reuse, but I think, projects I'm going to share today are also going to show how adaptive reuse, create unique environments and can also be the center for new kind of micro-neighborhoods. So here's just some of the adaptive reuse projects we've done over the years, and just categorizing them in terms of our facade approach. The restoration projects are really those that are historically listed or are receiving tax credits, and so really that is looking at old buildings and understanding what the building used to be. Repositioning is probably where we have the largest hand in the redesign. These buildings are generally in pretty good condition, but they might be used for a new purpose or addition. And then finally, some of the most fun ones are stabilizations, where you really have to find a special building to implement this strategy. And these buildings have usually been abandoned for 50 years and kind of great disrepair, but when you walk through them for the first time, there's something magical. So today I just wanted to take these three projects as kind of a case study and really focus most on Campus 244. We've had the most intervention on that side. So of course, one thing I will say about adaptive reuse, you really need a visionary owner because there's so many unknowns during the development process that they have to be able to kind of weather the storm of their GMPs going up and down. So for Constantly Market, it was Jamestown's properties here in Atlanta. Campus 244, it was Georgetown properties out of New York and Roper Point here in Atlanta. And finally, Newport District was New City Properties, which was actually based in Atlanta. So if you're from Atlanta, I'm sure you know where Constantly Market is. We're not too far from there. Constantly Market was historically the Sears and Roebuck catalog distribution center. People too young to know what Sears was, it was basically the Amazon of its day. They sold everything. And so this was the regional distribution center just for their catalogs. So it was an enormous warehouse with incredible load capacity. And this is what it looked like, before we began the addition. And so clearly you can see some elements that have been added, such as the garage on the left, and then there was an infill in that low building along the base, and then also the white was actually a shed that has been built over some internal train tracks. And so referencing the idea of historic tax credits, we can't significantly alter the original design of the building, which included the facade with the factory windows. So this is it today. Working with NPS, we could remove the garage, infill the courtyard, what wasn't shown on that photo that I showed previously, but was in some of the historic photographs, was the big sign at the top. So we reinterpreted that for Constantly Market. But the facade is generally stayed the same. I'm going to circle back in a second. So, I had mentioned why adaptive reuse. A lot of these adaptive reuses in the middle of grayfield sites. This is Constantly Market from Modular in 2008, which really had nothing around it. By 2015, when it kind of first opened and got going, there's the tire factory and the main building, which we all know about, but that has since created an entire new micro neighborhood, not only on the Ponce site, but also jumping the belt line and north of Ponce, and now south of North Street. That's difficult to say. When we first walked the building and looked at the facade, we went, this is primarily an office building. People don't realize, they just think of it as kind of entertainment, food and beverage. But it's not a great office building if you're thinking it needs to be 45 feet deep with 13-foot ceilings. But what is remarkable is the quality of light on the interior. And that was coming from these steel frame, single paned windows everywhere. And so, that's something that we want to leverage and preserve to make this really special space. So the center picture is a little bit hard to see, but what we ended up doing was knocking out every single pane in place, cleaning, and then reglazing. And so here you can see it's been cleaned but not reglazed. And this is a strategy we like to do on a lot of kind of these historic buildings, but we often find that it really depends on the market. If there are people in the market who can reglaze on place. At one point, there's 30 people sitting off this building with reglazing. So, the interior aspect of the office space, while industrial, is still kind of beautiful with that light coming in the interiors. This is it today, probably very similar to what it looked like when I originally opened. All right, moving to Campus 244. So we are just outside of the perimeter near 400. The facade consultant on this, there were several, but the primary one was Fassada. And so Campus 244 was originally the headquarters for Goldkiss Chicken Manufacturing. So it was a single building, built to suit office building. So this is the campus today. The original building is really this building here, which was a project entailed completely renovating this building, a two-story overbuild. a hotel, which we also did the exterior design for, a central plaza, and also what's hidden is a small retail building. And again, jumping back to the urban scale, you can see the existing building. In 2011, it was actually not occupied by Goldkiss, it was just being used to film movies. But I call it a pancake building. It was 3 floors, there were 90,000 square feet, so huge floor plates. It had a central core and 2 courtyards. And so this 2024 is last year, where basically we condensed all the parking to really open the garage in the lower left-hand center, and then freed up a lot of more development sites where 244 would really become the center of this new micro neighborhood. And then on the right, I'll explain in a little second how it's planned for future phases. So conceptually, it's kind of a 4-part move. These three I'm showing here are really related to massing. The fourth, obviously, the facade we'll spend a little bit more time on. So our first move was to move the core south. So now there's an exterior connection running east-west, so it connected both sides of the site. The second was originally a 1-story overbuild, but then when we did some borings, that a lot of the facades could take 2 floors, so it became a 2-floor overbuild, but not all of them could take 2 floors, so we started carving the building to integrate terraces for the tenants. And so the theme for this building was really to bring the outside in through the introduction of outdoor windows, courtyards, and terraces, but also bring the inside out. And I'll explain what I mean by that. So this is, the first site visit of the existing building, not a beauty contest winner, but had beautiful buildings. Atlanta has this great collection of what I kind of refer to as brutalist-like buildings, kind of beautiful concrete buildings. And that was kind of the bones of this building. And then on the right was kind of the gutted interior that had a real potential, and it had this beautiful trabeated ceiling. And so the question became, how do we express kind of the beauty of that on the exterior? And so the design concept rendering up top is stripping off all of the paint and just doing an exposed concrete building on the base. And then leaning into the idea of natural materials and also the limited capacity of the borings, doing a heavy timber overbuild, and then expressing that heavy timber as just a really simple grid to not compete with the facade below. So I'm going to get a little bit into the technical details and a little bit of the construction journey and how we had to adapt during the construction process. So this building was covered with elastic mirror paint, which was basically the paint that kept the water out. We were going to take that off. And also, the windows were, even though there are only 2 floors, it was a curtain wall system, so the windows sat outbound of the slab edge. And then, I don't know where the green lights came from. I think those came in the 90s, but those had to go. So during the process, we had done an initial mock-up to peel off some of the paint, really from here down, and the concrete looked pretty good. When all the windows got stripped out and the rest of the paint removed, it was clear that the concrete above, as you can see kind of in this column here, was really beaten up. So the first step was to do a skim coat to even out all of the concrete, which is completed on the right. And the next step was to figure out how we were going to reintroduce a water and vapor barrier system in this building. So we mocked up a variety of elastomeric paints. And the one on the bottom is actually a clear elastomeric paint, which is not very waterproof, but helps. But that was definitely the visual impact we were going in terms of expressing kind of the beauty of this concrete. That's a system that we ended up going for, where the red line represents, we kind of separated the water repellent system and the building, where the red line is the repellent, and then we did a foil back insulation to block out the rest of the vapor. I pulled this detail also because it's interesting to show, the existing concrete building is one type of building material, and we had to have a 3-hour fire gap for the building above. So there's actually a 4-foot plumbing between the two. It's effectively 2 buildings stacked on top of each other. So we got the concrete taken care of. Next came the windows. And as I mentioned, there was previously a window wall system, but for costs and a variety of other, it was originally a curtain wall system, but for costs and a variety of other reasons, we were going to do a window wall system, which meant that now we had a gap between our windows and the concrete that we had to fill. So we mocked this up at the original design intent, Is this? Yeah. The high one? Where we basically had flames that wrapped all the way around the building, and this flange had to be around the window. And this flange had to be created on site, and it quickly didn't really meet kind of the design intent. It was the construction of on site was not great craftsmanship, and it was really going to delay the schedule. So we quickly, it took us about a month to reconfigure our system and did kind of a kind of a hybrid system where it is a window wall that is acting like a curtain wall, where we suspended or projected out with steel angles the glazing, so we had overlap with the concrete piers to create kind of this watertight envelope. And so this is the final result we were pleased with in terms of kind of the execution of the concrete to look like it was always meant to be exposed concrete building. Moving up the building, I think, everyone can appreciate the beauty of a timber office space from the interior, but you can't really have exposed structural timber on the exterior for many known reasons. So the question became, how do we expose it? It was actually a pretty simple solution. We just did a specialty paint on a metal panel to match the interior wood grain to get that look. The tricky bit came with the desire to make this feel like a very simple articulation that's completely evenly divided and also even widths, because we were dealing with a 4-foot gap condition here, a slab edge that turned into a terrace, and then a parapet condition. And so what we ended up doing was introducing a spandrel portion on the 4th and 5th level to make up those differentials, and then on the base, integrating a reveal and a dark metal panel to kind of separate the two building types and make up kind of that 4-foot difference. And then finally, going quickly, and as I mentioned, the 90,000 square foot floor plate and integration of terraces, a lot of the roof was going to be seen. So we really started to consider this to be the 5th facade. And so what you're looking at on the lower levels are the design drawings and a drone shot of the 4th floor terrace. I think a lot of developers will agree with us that, you can provide a large occupiable terrace to a tenant, but they're not necessarily going to use all that space. So we really limited the occupiable space to minimal zones, which meant we had to design the rest of the roof terrace. And so we wanted to mimic kind of the more organic language of the ground take land design onto this roof. So we did bands of sedum trays to frame out zones, and then a bit more granite pattern. And this is really a very low-tech solution. We literally went to the gravel yard and picked out 2 different shades of gravel. But technically, it's a vegetative roof, even though it's designed almost exclusively as a house roof. So that's kind of the aerial picture where you're capturing the ground and the terrace. All right, and the next, Neuhoff. So Neuhoff is a district in Nashville about 2 miles north of downtown on the banks of the Cumberland River. And this was with SPS out of Nashville and HKS, their home office. And this one, I mentioned this one was being led by Jim Irwin of Busiest Properties, who really had a vision for this. So this is Neuhoff in about 1950, and there was a slaughterhouse that, not to be gruesome, but did about 1,200 heads of cattle a week in its heyday. So it was a real machine. And what we refer to the curb building was really where the majority of the manufacturing went, but they also had some additional auxiliary buildings where there are stables and offices and repair shops. But focusing on the curb building is interesting because it's actually 7 buildings that was built over 50 years. And you can see the curb actually comes from them just running out of space and building up to the rail spur that would bring the cattle in. So it's, keep in mind that it's actually 7 buildings in one. So this is it today, and this is kind of leading into the idea of stabilization. It was extreme disrepair when we found it, and we didn't want to make it look perfect, but rather stabilize its existing conditions because it was so beautiful. So this is a terrace that leads down to the water, and it's also the facade. This is a new facade where everything else is an existing facade. The facade design is just leading into the historic building, just being a very simple concrete grid that had brick and fill, and we just done glass and fill. So the design concept specifically for the curved building was, at the top you can see we removed 2 of the original 7 buildings of the curved building. That's because there was such horrible structural repair that they had to be demolished regardless. And the question was, well, do we rebuild them? And the answer was no. The one in the middle would be necessary to bring light into the office floor plates above. And the one kind of lower really became the amphitheater that would connect you to the Cumberland River. And then finally, carving a series of paths through the ground plane, because as mentioned, this adaptive reuse has become the center of a neighborhood. And so the complete massing diagrammatically shows the 2 office buildings and the 2 residential buildings, which are also part of the development. So this was the building when we arrived. You can see the majority of the windows were actually on the Cumberland River facing side, but this was really going to be the new front door. This highlights the idea of incredibly simple construction, concrete frame, brick and fill. When you needed windows, let's not do a header, let's just build it up to the top and do it like that. But of course, this is now, and then, the last thing to mention is the loading docks were all on the ground floor. But of course, we needed windows if this was going to be a viable office. So this is the existing, what it was turned into. So you can see that, the loading docks really became the new storefront that was repurposed and infilled. It never had windows. And then all the new windows you're seeing here, and I have a diagram in a second, were actually, we cataloged the entire set of windows on the entire building and took all of the steel framed best windows to create this new front door and replaced some of the other ones with double unit or IGU glazing. So we really want to make this the front facade. And then also there's, integrated into the structures a large terrace on the second floor. So this is just a diagram. We had many diagrams of cataloging where we're going to put windows and how we're going to distribute. But what is interesting is there is no terrace in the original design documents, and that's because, and this is again, they're going to adapting your approach during construction. There was a fire caused by a vagrant in the building that burned that part down, and so there's a quick redesign to say, actually, we'll just stabilize this, make it a terrace for the tenants, and not try to rebuild it. And then, this, we saw this earlier, but this is really, I love this photo because this is showing the idea of the stabilized ruin on this half, which this is old freight, which is not functional anymore, but beautiful. And then this is a really heavy concrete facade with the windows set back. It's really the structure that's supporting all of this, the building that we had to take down. And then, we have bridged over from one side to the other, and this is leading down to the river. And then the last photo, last slide, this is, we're in the courtyard of that central building that we pulled out. And I think everyone walks in the space and thinks it's really beautiful, and it is. And the interesting thing is a couple things. One, they're demolishing this building, and as architects, we started with the narrative of a stabilized ruin, like it doesn't need to be made perfect. And actually, one of the asset managers on the New City Properties side who had been in all the design meetings said, "Wow, these columns are really cool. Should we keep them?" And we said, "Yes, we should definitely keep them." But in terms of the facade, since all of these buildings were basically exterior building to exterior building, we actually didn't have to build a new facade. This was the existing facade that we just kind of repointed where we could. We salvaged some of the existing windows, but then on the right-hand side, you can see new windows that we didn't try to match them up better. So that is kind of our overview of how we approach adaptive reuse facades.
So that's the end of our first session. We're now going to take our first networking tea and coffee break. So please go over next door and enjoy. And if all of these speakers from the first session could please come up front for a photo and a thank you. All right, we'll see you shortly. Our next speaker, Chiu, Vice President of Thornton Tomasetti, on the topic of Spelman College Center for Innovation in the Arts, facade development for a multidisciplinary learning environment. Please welcome Mark.
All right, good morning, everyone. Today I'll be presenting the Mary Schmidt Campbell Center for Innovation and Arts here in Atlanta at Spelman College. This is a project that was just recently completed with Studio Gang. This project has, like every other project, solar requirements, but something that was in addition to that on this project in particular, because it was an arts center and it involved performing arts, it was very sensitive to acoustics, which is something I'll be talking about as well. But also the thermal requirements were also affected by the program of the building, which were sensitive to instruments and things that have very specific humidity requirements. So all of these things kind of came together into this project, and I'd like to present that to you this morning. The site is Spelman College on the southwest side of Atlanta. Here, the project began with this site analysis to try to understand what are the arts around the campus. You can see here Spelman campus highlighted in pink, and then the site for the building on the left side of the campus. But we were trying to document and understand what arts centers, what sorts of activities do the students on campus have accessible to them. And as you can see from this diagram, very few of the arts were available to them, and so that was something that was important for us to then tie into and bring to the campus, and in particular into this project. Looking at the campus in particular as a whole, you're seeing the project site highlighted in pink again, and what this site analysis was trying to understand is what are the public spaces, the green spaces that the students had access to, trying to understand the natural community spaces that they can kind of gather in, and then trying to tie the building into that natural rhythm that already exists on the site. The arrow that you're seeing going to the right from the site, that's something that eventually became a bridge connecting these natural spaces to the site. And it was a pretty important part of the project, which I will not be talking about today. But also, you'll notice a thick black line around the campus. That was for security reasons. The campus was fenced off and meant to provide security for the students. And we realized that our site then naturally became this interface of the exterior public and the students on campus. And the site then became something that had to meet this requirement, but also we didn't want to just wall off the community. We wanted to invite the community into the site in a measured way, but to participate in the project and in the site. So you'll see that kind of theme throughout the project. So here is the site before the building. And one really cool aspect of this project is that we were able to look at a historic campus map to try to understand what was the vision from way back then and accomplish that in our project. Of course, every project begins with a program that we were given by Spelman College, and this is just trying to understand then all these programmatic spaces, how large they have to be, how they then fit into the project, and trying to understand that in a two-dimensional form, and then beginning to go from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions. Physical models are very big for Studio Gang, and we worked with them to start to layer these programmatic elements in 3 dimensions and understand how the program comes together, but also then how it provides these open gathering spaces, as I talked about, and even public spaces that are accessible to the exterior, but also to the students on campus. You can see here a few of the more advanced programmatic models beginning to take shape, and again, these exterior community spaces starting to also take shape. One very important part of the design process was engaging the community, and what you're seeing here is Studio Gang working with an alumna from Spelman College, again getting her input into the project design and how these spaces meet the needs of the students. So this was a pretty cool detail to be able to highlight in the project. And as you see here, the design progression going from 2017 out to 2018 as these programmatic elements are starting to take shape and form into a cohesive building. So there's three portions of the project, what we call the hive. That's where all of the teaching, the busy activities, the learning, all of that knowledge sharing happens, the classrooms in the hive. That's in the upper portions, and that's only for the students. But then you'll see the forum in the middle there connected with the dotted arrow. The idea is that all that learning and activity that happens in the hive is then shareable to a more public area such as the forum. Still closed off from the public, but now more of a community gathering space for the students themselves to absorb that learning that happens in the hive. And then from the forum down to the plaza or porch, as you'll see it called, that is where the exterior community can now engage in the project. So this knowledge transfer from the hive to the forum to the plaza is very important to the architect. You can see here starting to think about this in elevation view where you have the hive all learning up there and the porch at the bottom where the exterior community can start to engage in. We wanted that to be a welcoming area, a welcoming space for the community, students and non-students to be able to participate, and then up above at the areas where learning happens, have a more active program or some more porosity and all that. And you'll see these themes start to then transfer into the facade elements. So looking at three-dimensionally here, placing the programmatic spaces here, you'll see the porch, again, the public space that non-students are able to come in, and that eventually became this initial rendering. What you're seeing here in this kind of rust color initially began as a rain screen, a metallic sort of material that had that porosity that I was talking about. It provided shading elements, as I will highlight much more and as I already started to allude to. But this rain screen element eventually became a solar shade, not a rain screen, not part of the facade in a performing way from an air water management standpoint, but solely for solar protection. And this, you can start to see now the porosity of the facade starting to take shape. And now I'd like to focus on this solar shade, or what is here a rain screen, but eventually became a solar shade. The inspiration from the solar shade came from the mill owner's building that you're seeing here. The idea was the openness, the porosity, the solar protection that it also provided, but also that airy lightness that it brought. And that was intended to be captured into the rain screen elements. Then starting to think about solar implications depending on the facade that the solar shade was on. We started to analyze the impact that it would have, the depth that the solar shade needed to have in order to have a positive impact from a solar standpoint, from a glare standpoint. And so these various studies were performed depending on the facade, depending on the orientation and where these members wanted to be. And what that did was it took this design to something that looked more like this, where now you start to see a true solar shade, no longer a rain screen. It provides that depth to protect from solar radiation. But what we still ended up with here are these very large glass transparent openings, which on the one hand may be positive, but from a solar standpoint was not helpful for us. And so further studies were then initiated on this to try to understand and optimize this solar shade for its given purpose. And what we then started to do was integrate screening elements to further protect the spaces as needed. Material studies to try to understand, do we want more of a textured metal, like a perforated or corrugated metal, or do we want more of a linear pattern such as the Z-purlins, which eventually we ended up going with. And what that did was it took the design from this to its mostly final design here that you're seeing. This exterior screen element was in front of the glass. It was a diagonal screen, like a louver system, but that eventually transferred into something else, and I'll show that there. Next, as you're seeing here, a metal panel system, which was eventually opaque, not a screen, but it still provided that solar protection that we needed. So that's a very big part of this project, which I'll talk about a little bit more. And then the acoustic glass system is another very important part of this project. This was not at all glass areas, but it was at several portions of the project which needed to have that acoustic quality for it. So the solar shade, the metal panel systems, and the acoustic glass are the three systems which really were critical to this project. And this is where design ended and value engineering started. Because COVID hit, things got expensive, and the architect had to really start to think about their design and where they can cut and what they needed to really keep. One bay was removed from the project completely, and that affected, of course, the solar shade, so one full bay was removed from the project. But then also thinking about the effectiveness of the solar shade on the various facade systems, well, maybe it's not as effective from a solar standpoint on the north and east side, and so one of the proposed solutions was to remove it from the east, since we have much more opaque on this facade, and that was a compromise that was had. And so you can see here the final product, the east facade on the right there of the image with no solar shade, again mostly opaque, but then the solar shade starting to transfer over to the facade system on the other three sides. So what we ended up with was a three-sided solar shade. Two sides much deeper than the third side, again for solar reasons. And of course, with the solar shade that is hanging outside of your facade, you have penetration points. And so this is something that was very important for the project to be detailed correctly, especially when you have acoustic requirements, but also thermal requirements. We didn't want these penetrations which occur at every point through the facade, wherever you have one of these vertical solar shade elements, to affect the performance of the building. So you can see here the structural detail of this penetration and how the solar shade on the left side of the detail would connect to the main frame on the right side of the detail. I'm highlighting there the line of the facade because we had very limited space to work with from a facade standpoint and insulation standpoint. We were trying to limit the cantilever of the solar shade, and therefore we had to then work with a very tight space. So the architectural detail looked something like this, where we were able to incorporate, some insulation outboard of that connection, enough to get us where we needed thermally, but then also push the detail a bit further from a thermal standpoint with thermal breaks, structural thermal break between the plates, and then additional thermal breaks at the connections at the bolts. We wanted to make sure that we were okay from a thermal standpoint, so we ran several iterations of these thermal analyses to understand where the condensation may occur, if it would occur, and make sure that we're not having degradation of materials on the inside due to condensation formation. So we were all good there. And of course, we would then move on to mock-ups to see how it would look. To be honest, when I saw this mock-up, I got a bit scared because the solar shade looked very dense, very heavy. But once you see it then on the exterior of the building, you see that it starts to lighten up. This connection, the penetration through the facade became very important thermally, but also then how do you detail it from a water management standpoint. So this mock-up was really useful to document the various stages of installation that needed to happen and make sure that it's done properly. Now we're starting to look at the solar shade connection on site as it is in progress. And as I said, once it was on the building, you start to see that it definitely lightens up. And going from this progress photo before the paint was applied to this final installation where the solar shade really is light and airy and accomplishes all those design parameters that I talked about earlier, while also providing the solar protection needed. You can see here on this next slide a few more detailed shots of the solar shade from the grading surface. Accessibility and maintenance was needed, but also a lot of work went into these points on the solar shade where several members came into each other, and how do you detail that so that it looks nice but is also structurally efficient and is workmanlike. So you see a rendering here on the left and the final installed condition on the right, which I think was pretty close to what the architect originally envisioned in their design. And now looking at these metal panel areas that I briefly mentioned. Corrugated metal panel installed in a diagonal orientation to speak that language of the solar shade and to match that. And of course, when we're dealing with, as I said, spaces that are very humid sensitive, we wanted to make sure that from a thermal standpoint, we're doing okay. We don't have any condensation issues. So given the limited space that we had in the facade to work with, we didn't have much space for thermal insulation on the exterior of the drainage plane of the sheeting. And so we had to make sure that when we're insulating inboard of that, within the stud wall, we're not hurting ourselves from a thermal and condensation standpoint, really. So several thermal analyses were performed. What I'm not showing here are woofy analysis to make sure that even in the high humidity spaces, we don't end up with wetting of materials that cannot dry out and therefore potential even mold growth. In order to get our thermal performance on the typical metal panel system, we used a thermally broken system. And again, the image in the middle was on the mock-up where we were able to work with the contractor to install it properly, detail it properly, and seal it well from the mock-up to the final installed condition you're seeing on the left. And here you're seeing the detailed drawings from the metal panel on the right and how it then transfers into the acoustic wall system on the kind of left side of this slide, but more towards the middle, which I'll go into next. So at these areas here, we had the acoustic curtain wall, which was a curtain wall system that was very high performance from an acoustic standpoint, but also from a thermal standpoint. So I'll highlight a few of the design conditions for that. You can see here on the right an interior image of that acoustic wall system. So what we have is a 12-inch deep system with glass on both sides of it, IGU on the exterior side, but then you have an inner piece of glass. And in order to get the improved acoustics and thermal performance, several components were integrated into that. So imbalanced lights to provide imbalance for acoustic reasons. Material separators, which were soft and not rigid, that improved the acoustics of the system. Separation of the mullion, we could have had a system that had a continuous mullion on the inside there, even though thermally we were broken on the outside. We wanted to then further separate it on the interior. And then any component that would be continuous from not necessarily the exterior, but from the edge, exterior side to the interior side, debridging of materials became very important for acoustic reasons. And the integration of absorptive inserts as well from an acoustic standpoint helped us. And from a thermal standpoint, as we all know, airspaces do help us. This one was a closed cavity airspace, so it was continuously sealed, so we wouldn't have to deal with dust getting in. Thermal separations, which is very standard on curtain wall systems, and this one included it in the inside as well, where maybe it was not necessarily needed, but it improved the thermal performance, and then several layers of thermal breaks so that we prevent that thermal bridging, of course. And one last detail on the project, which maybe is not that visible, but is becoming an increasingly more important aspect of our design, is bird deterrent design on all of the glass surfaces. Studio Gang makes it a part of the project to have a bird deterrent design. So looking at the migratory patterns of the birds over many, many years now, we can understand their flight patterns and why it is that birds collide with glass. Just a quick overview here. 3 reasons why they would collide with glass is they're seeing either a reflection of the sky, a reflection of greenery, or they're actually seeing through the glass to something beyond they want to get to, such as greenery in the bottom image there. And they don't know they cannot see glass, they don't know that the glass is there. And so being very intentional about the lower 100 feet, let's say, of any project is beneficial from a bird deterrent standpoint. On this project, 100% of the glass was this material to provide bird deterrence. Now, typically, this could be accomplished with lines, with dot patterns. This would be a 2x4 pattern, which is very common, so that it's spaced in such a way that the birds will not try to fly through it, because there's spaced enough so that it's smaller than what a typical bird size would be. You can see here the final pattern that was selected for the project. Tighter than a 2x4, this is a 2x2 grid, but while it's visible up close on the exterior, it definitely kind of fades away and it's not too visible, but it's something that is another layer that we want to be sensitive to the birds. So this project, hopefully I was able to explain and you have an understanding of the way that these solar requirements, but also acoustics and thermal performance comes into the project with all of these various systems tying together and meets that requirement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I don't think the public really understands how much science really goes into these facades. Looking at some of that, the thermal breaks and all those individual detailing things you really need to do to squeeze out that last bit of efficiency. Our next speaker is Vaughn Schauss, Technical Service Manager Americas, Kuraray, speaking on designing laminated glass for exposures to hydrostatic loads, the new ASTM method. Please welcome Vaughn.
So, my name is Vaughn Schauss. I work with Kuraray, and today I'm going to talk and give a presentation on designing laminated glass for exposure to hydrostatic loads. Now, glass is not a stranger to hydrostatic loads. Even though this may be a new standard, it's not a stranger. Let's just ask this guy. This is Ray. He's an axolotl, and he has spent his entire life in a glass box filled with water. And he's not alone. For hundreds of years, glass aquariums have been used. What started as a way for scientists to study aquatic animals has now become popular throughout the world. I mean, many homes have glass aquariums in their house. And a few years ago, swimming pool manufacturers were growing very tired of the opaque building materials at their disposal, and they wanted to open up their pools. And so they started to design swimming pools with glass features. Well, there was a problem. There's no standard. There's no way to make sure that the design was safe. So members of ASTM's Glass Strength Committee got together, and in 2024, late 2024, we published ASTM E3401. So this is the standard practice for design and performance of laminated glass subject to hydrostatic loads. The scope of this is fairly limited of the standard. It's limited to laminated glass exposed to hydrostatic loads for the construction of swimming pools and aquariums. It does not address monolithic glass, or glass blocks, or insulating glass units, or acrylic. In addition, it does not directly address impacts from floating debris, or animals, or human impact, or even wave action, at least not yet. So when we were looking at designing or developing this standard, the first thing we had to do was figure out what are our load conditions. So the biggest one, of course, is water. So fortunately, this is a very published equation for the hydrostatic load. And it's very simple. It's pressure equals the height of your water, the density of the water, times gravity. And in the standard, we even identify what the density of the water is based on if it's a chlorinated pool or if it's a saltwater pool. So all this is given in the standard itself. So now that we have what the main load is, we have to look at, well, what about the other load conditions? So there are two types that we defined. One is a horizontal glass application. So we looked at this and said, okay, you could build a glass pool or aquarium where the bottom is just glass. And in this case, the hydrostatic load would be applied uniformly. Then we looked at it and go, hey, wait a minute, this kind of looks like a glass floor. So we probably need to come up with some other type of load in case there's a human or an animal occupant. And we decided that when there is a human or animal occupant, and the water depth is less than 0.49 meters, you you have to apply a minimum hydrostatic load of 4.79 kilopascals, basically 100 psi. In addition to that, you also have to apply a concentrated load of at least 1.33 kilonewtons. Now I said a minimum load, and that's because, well, what if you're designing for a hippo versus, swimming pool where 2 people are going to be in? So you do have to take into account what the end result is. In addition to that, the concentrated load and the hydrostatic load are combined together. So you will have to calculate or do the testing with both of those loads applied. The other load condition we looked at was vertical glass. What if the side of the pool is laminated glass? And so for this, the hydrostatic load would be applied gradually, because as the water level gets deeper, there's more pressure. So in this case, the highest pressure will be at the bottom, and then it gradually goes up to 0 at the top. And in addition, we looked at this and said, hey, this looks like a glass railing. So we should probably add a concentrated load for that as well, if there's a human or animal impact. So in addition to the hydrostatic load, a concentrated load has to be applied with 0.89 kilonewtons, and it's applied over 152 millimeter square area. And just like in the glass floor area, with the horizontal glass, the hydrostatic and the concentrated load are applied together in this case as well. So since we had our load conditions, we said, okay, well, how do we go about doing this? So we looked at all the different ways that it could be done, and we decided we needed to have a calculation procedure as well as a testing procedure. So we'll look at both paths right now. So the first one up is the calculation procedure. So in this case, when there's a human or animal occupant, the calculation procedure can be done if you have 3 or more lights of glass. If there is no human or animal occupant, then 2 lights of glass is fine and you can do the calculation procedure. So that was the first caveat. Well, then we had to look at all the different design conditions. And we said, okay, well, what about load durations? So for the hydrostatic, this is a long-term load, so we gave it a load duration of 15 years. For the live load, we gave it a load duration of 10 minutes. And so when you're combining these two together, you would always do, like if you're doing the live load and the hydrostatic load, you would take the stress from the 10-minute live load duration. Temperature was also another factor that we thought of because, we are talking about laminated glass with polymers, so temperature is a factor. And looking at all the different temperatures that we could have picked, we said, you know what, people probably will not get in water above 40 degrees C. That seems a little warm. After that, we're starting looking at boiling lobsters. So we picked 40 degrees C. If you know that the intended use is much colder than that, you're allowed to use that. But if you don't know what the temperature is, then 40 degrees C is used. And contrary to some of the other glass standards out there, we said we need a deflection limit on this. Because that's always a big issue in the glass world as well. What's the standard for deflection? So since this is the only thing barrier that's keeping you in the pool, we said we probably should think about ocular safety, right? You don't want to be sitting there in a glass pool and it's bowing 3 to 4 inches. That wouldn't look very safe. So we said the deflection maximum is Del over 240 or 13 millimeters, about half an inch, whichever is less. So that way, half an inch, people really aren't seeing that deflection, makes them feel a little safer. And in addition, we also included the glass stress tables for each of the load durations and glass type. So let's run through a quick example. Say your customer wants to build a pool with the wall that's made out of glass. It's 2.24 meters in width and 0.9 meters high. So, okay, let's go through this. The first thing we have to do is look at the loads. So for the hydrostatic load, we've calculated it out. And at the bottom, it's 8.83 kilopascals, going up to 0 at the top. And this is a swimming pool, so there will be humans inside of it, so a concentrated load is required as well. For the load conditions, we don't know the end use. It could be a hot tub, we don't know. So we picked 40 degrees C, and based on that, we looked at the inner layer shear modulus, in this case, century glass and hourglass. And at 15 years, it's 8.84. At 10 minutes, it's 46.9. So plugging all that in, we decided to go with a glass makeup of 4 times 10 millimeter with 1.52 millimeter century glass in between. And then plugging that into your local FEA calculator, in this case MEPLA, gave out the results. And as you can see, even with the top light broken, the maximum glass stress and the maximum deflection is well below the limits. So this checks out. So the next procedure that we thought of is, okay, what if you don't want to do the calculation? What if you want to physically test? How do we do that? So in this case, if you only want to use 2 lights, but you do have human or animal occupants, then you have this testing procedure. But you have to apply a proof load factor of 2.5 times during the testing. And in addition, you have to test with 1 light bulb, as well as for the temperature if it's under 40 degrees C. So for the test conditions, you install the glass into a watertight tank, you fill it up to the specified water height, you hold it for 22 hours, inspect it for leaks or breakage, seeing none. Then you perform your concentrated load test on it if it's required. Then inspect it for leaks, again, or breakage. Then you have to break 1 light. And if you had to drain some of the water in order to break it, then you have to fill it back up. And then hold it again for another 22 hours and inspect it. So if there's no additional breakage or no further leakage, then it passes. Some other design considerations that we put into the standard is, one, we are talking about water, we're talking about sealants and grouts and laminated glass, so you have to make sure that there's compatibility between all the units in the system. In addition, glass should never touch metal, so you need to have somewhere to decouple that from the metal. We are talking about water and exposed edge of laminated glass, so be cognizant of that and make sure that the glass is not in constant contact. So probably shouldn't have the infinity edge pool where the water is running over the open edge of the laminated glass. In addition, as you saw in the example, we're using 4 times 10 millimeter. You may want to look at using low iron glass as well as an inner layer that has a low yellowness index. That way it's a nice clear and you're not looking at the greenness of the glass. And then lastly, what happens if it breaks? Is there a protocol in place? How are you going to drain it if it's for animals? How are you going to get the animals out of it? Humans, they're probably going to run, so that's easy. And then how are you going to replace it? Is it easy to replace? So all of these things you have to take into consideration. Okay, so moving on, another area that has popped up in the last few years has been flood barriers. There's 2 types of passive flood barriers. There's your typical storefronts, your buildings, as well as balustrades along riverbanks. So there's 3 different test methods out there. There's the ANSI FM approvals method, 2510. There's a British standard. And then just this year, Miami-Dade has submitted a new code for a new test method called TAS 204. And this is a flood-resistant test method. All 3 of them are kind of similar in that you basically have to hold the glass under 22 hours under the hydrostatic load. If there's a wave action, then you have to reduce that from 1 to 7 hours, as well as a debris impact. In this case, it's a 50 kilogram log that's swung down and impacted into the glass. And then you have to nice video in slow motion. So this is after the hydrostatic load had been tested. This is the impact. We see it didn't even break. And then they'll fill it up and test it again for the hydrostatic load. So in conclusion, there is a new ASTM test method for hydrostatic load. So if you have customers looking at that, there is now a way to design it. It has two paths, a calculation method and a test method, as well as you need to look at compatibility. And if you're looking into flood barriers, this could be an opportunity to help design the glass for that as well. So with that, thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll be at our booth for the Kuraray after this. So thank you very much.
Doing the structural detailing and the load diagrams, you're making a structural engineer feel at home, so thank you for that. Our next speaker, Eneko Igartua, Regional Facade Sales Manager, Cosentino, speaking on sustainable facade design. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Eneko Igartua. I'm the Regional Facade Sales Manager with Cosentino. And I talk about sustainable facade design with Decathlon, ultra compact stone. I'll start with a quick overview about our company, Cosentino. And I'll dive into our circular economy and sustainability strategies and how we work towards carbon neutrality. And then I will introduce Decathlon, our ultra-compact stone, and what makes it unique in terms of performance and environmental impact. And I will finish with some case studies, real-world case studies, and application options. So Cosentino is it's a Spanish company. The headquarters are located in southeast of Spain. It's called Almería. It's an area that it's very dry. It barely rains there, and yeah, maybe the picture is a little bit tricky. It seems like it's green, but it's all dry. Basically, it's in the middle of the desert. And about 50 years ago, it may have seemed impossible to grow a company like that in such an environment. But the Cosentino family started extracting and working the stone, and they gradually transformed the company in a company that has operates in 120 countries, has more than 6,000 employees, and yeah, it has changed a little bit in these 50 years. But the DNA, essential values of those early dreamers still remain unchanged. They do things with passion, they do, they put a lot of attention in all the details, and most importantly, they operate with deep respect for the environment they work in. I will explain a little bit like all the strategies that we have applied here to reduce the carbon emissions. So for example, we have a solar farm there that produces over 25% of our energy consumption. 100% of the energy that we use in the production is renewable. So we have installed more than 60,000 panels, solar panels there. We also recycle 99%, not recycle, we reuse 99% of the water. We have 9 water treatment plants installed in the factory, and also we have like waste recovery systems, heat recovery systems. So everything focused to reduce the impact of our industrial operation. And all the efforts are not only focused in the manufacturing process. Of course, the sustainability is also present in all our value chain, and somehow the 6,000 employees, we are like also committed with that goal. And yeah, it goes like in all the value chain. So we also work in creating like sustainable communities and of course sustainable business models. I will work through all these wheels. So for example, we start our sustainable trip, let's say, in the provisioning stage. Almeria is one of the, Almeria is the place that we are located. Almeria is one of the places that receives the highest UV radiation in Europe. So we take advantage of that. We install solar panels, so we are empowered by an unlimited resource of energy. Also, 60% of our Tecton colors or Tecton panels contains up to 80% of recycled material. So we recycle a lot internally. In the design stage, for example, our Tecton collections, we launch a lot of collections every year. The new collections are safer and are more environmentally friendly. We have EPDs, the environmental product declarations. We contribute to lead points, and we also have like a voluntary test to certify that we have a good product. We also, Tecton also has like a lot of awards, not only related to design but also sustainability. So yeah, we work also in the design stage. As I said, in the production stage, we use the best available technology. Our press, our processes are like highly efficient. We recycle 99% of the water. Heat, we have heat recovery systems. And also, you go to our factory, you will see like a lot of robots that bring like the slabs from one point to another. So all of that is to boost the energy efficiency and reduce our carbon footprint, of course. In the distribution stage, we have internal and external strategies aligned with the UN agenda. Internally, we also have like some little details. For example, our employees can use shuttle corporate buses. We have softwares for carpooling. We have bike lanes. We have bikes. We have chargers for electric vehicles. Like all of that, we also like pay attention to those little details. In the consumption stage, I will explain later, but the Tecton is a durable material. It's designed to last over 50 years on the wall with a minimal maintenance. And also, yeah, it's a non-porous material, so at the end of the day, it's an extremely durable material in any kind of geographies. And last but not least, waste recycling. As I said, we recycle overall over 20% of all the materials. And we also have like, some other projects to give a second life to these Tecton panels. Tecton is a carbon neutral material, cradle to grave. That means that we track and we manage all the full cycle of the product, and that is reflected in our environmental product declarations. So you can see there all our emissions, like in different stages, product stage, construction stage, different stages, and we also invest or offset the carbon emissions by investing in internationally verified carbon projects within the frame of carbon markets. So we do invest in different projects. Let's jump into Tecton, our ultra compact stone. It's also known as sintered stone or engineered stone. You will hear like different names there. So, but basically it's a mix of different minerals that are mixed together and then processed under intense heat and pressure. That's the only thing that we do. So we basically replicate a natural process that nature already does. All the stones are formatted with heat and pressure, so we just replicate that process, but instead of taking thousands of years, we just make it in a couple of hours and in a controlled environment. The result is a stunning, architecturally stunning material, very durable and resistant to many things I will explain later. And it's not only, it can also be used in facades, of course, but it can also be used in interiors, flooring, swimming pools, interior cladding, countertops, shower trays, all other applications. So you have like a flexibility to design and to use different colors or same colors in different areas of the project. The manufacturing process can be summed up in 3 key steps. First of all, we will crush down the minerals and mixed together. Depending on the color, we will choose some minerals or others. And then we add a little bit of humidity to be able to shape the slab. After that, we apply a huge pressure, 25,000 tons of pressure. That's equivalent to a weight of 2.5 Eiffel Towers. So we apply that pressure for 10 seconds. So we have like a compact slab. And after that, we will take it to the oven. This oven is 200 meters long. And the synthesis process will take place. So in that process, all the minerals will crystallize. The temperature will rise to over 2,000 Fahrenheit degrees. And so all the minerals will blend together at a molecular level. So after that, the slab will cool down and we will have a dead flat panel or a slab, a huge slab, no curved or whatever, it will be dead flat. And the good news here is that we don't use any resin, we don't use any binding agents. We just use heat and pressure, so that will give us a lot of advantages. For example, I will explain in the next slide. For example, Tecton is a UV stable, so it's resistant to UV radiation, so the colors won't fade, won't degrade. The colors will be vivid. That's what we offer 25 years of warranty. It's a non-combustible material that's, I will say, basic. According to ASTM E136 and NFPA 285. It's a non-porous material, so it's resistant to graffiti, is resistant to stains. I mean, of course you can paint the graffiti, but it's easy to remove. So, and that's because it's a non-porous material. It has also a low coefficient of thermal expansion, so we can have like a really thin joints. It's resistant to freezing and thawing cycles. Maybe that's not important here in Atlanta, but in colder environments it's very important. We have large formats, dimensional consistency, and it's a durable material. So it's resistant to abrasion, erosion, or it can be also installed in, for example, in close to like the sea, because we also have like the Miami-Dade NOA and different certifications to be resistant to hurricanes or any breakage or impacts. It's easy to clean and maintain. It requires minimal maintenance. It's also resistant to chemicals, for example, most of the chemicals. Low total life cycle cost. And as I said, it's a carbon neutral material, and we offer a 25-year material and finish warranty. So peace of mind is guaranteed. We have two sizes, large panels, two different sizes, 56 by 126 and 64 by 130 inches. We just launched a fourth line in Spain that produces both sizes, and we are also opening a manufacturing facility not here but in Jacksonville, Florida by 2027. So all the Tecton will be produced there. Actually, we produce nowadays more than 250,000 square feet a day. So we will have like a more capacity in a couple of years when we start producing here. More than 70 colors available, inspired in travertines, marble, graphites, granites, different like natural stones. We are launching also like a wood collection next year, and we can also customize the colors. So we can change the tone of a specific pattern, or we can also have like a solid color, so we have to like match the color with any other elements of the project, for example, the framery of the curtain wall or any other elements. And we can also print different patterns or images. Those printings, I call printing, but we just we use like different minerals to create those images. So those printings are part of the material. It's not like we are adding another layer. It's embedded in the stone, let's say. 3 ways of supplying Tecton: full slabs, and then those will be cut down here in a local shop or not. We can also deliver cut to size without mechanization according to project-specific shop drawings, or we can also deliver according to our standard size tile sizes, or we can, and this is the most common one, the third one, which is according to with mechanization, already with the holes or the curved grooves or whatever. 3 ways of installing or applying the Decton in the facade. We can use it in ventilated drainage screens. We can also integrate Decton in curtain walls, or we can just adhere using a thin set or a cementitious adhesive, for example, in residential projects. Many ways of installing the panels. So depending on the budget, we will have like different options. For example, we can use undercut anchors, we can use rivets, we can use structural adhesive, we can use visible clips, we can use, I think, many other applications. And that decision is not only on the budget, depending on the code compliance or depending on the performance we are looking for, we will choose one or another. Or for example, if we have like 3D panels or complex geometries, we will use also like some systems or another. So it really changes depending on that. One application that we are seeing like more and more is Decton in curtain walls. So we can create like this dialogue between the opacity of the glass and the transparency of the glass and the opacity of Decton. And there are many ways of installing Decton. So we can install it in unitized systems, or we can also glaze in using structural adhesive. We have tests with different brands, or in capture system using these pressure plates. So different ways of installing. This is, for example, a project that we did in Germany with unitized systems. We shipped all the material to an off-site shop. They pre-assemble all the Decton and windows in an off-site shop, and then they ship it to the site and install it very quickly. I will wrap up with some case studies. I brought this one that this building is located in Buckhead. Our showroom is actually in the ground level in the same building. And this is a perfect example, a sample of how can we combine different attachment systems. So for example, here some of the panels were installed direct at here. Some of them were using, we used undercut anchors. And in the upper levels, we used rivets, because of course it's cheaper and you're not able to see the rivets in the upper levels. So I will finish with another project in Chicago. Here the architect chose Decton because we did like this book match pattern, beautiful pattern, and as I said, it's resistant to all kind of chemicals, resistant to freeze-thaw cycles, which in Chicago is very important, and you can go all the way down to grade level. You don't have to put like any precast panel or whatever. So because it's resistant to scratches, to graffitis, or any other things. So, and finally, I have this project. This is in Tel Aviv. Here we developed like a particular attachment system and 7 custom colors, like gray colors, to create like this grade level. And now we are working in a higher building that they are just building right now. So thank you, everyone. I hope this gives you an image of how Decton can help you in your projects, and if you want more information, we are there in the table, or you can visit us in our showroom that is located in Buckhead.
Thank you, Eneko. Always great to see more example projects in Atlanta. Lots of options for interesting projects. Our next presenters are David Brown and Brooke Taylor, principals at TVS. They'll be speaking on 1072 West Peach Street, Atlanta's tallest residential towers. David and Brooke.
Yeah, I'll hang out back here. Yeah, sorry, we've got the pictures. That's really this guy. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Lovely pictures. First of all, shout out to Susan. Thank you for inviting us to this and reaching out to us. It was an interesting conversation several months ago, talking with Jessica at our marketing group. when you came to us to ask us if we'd be willing to talk about 1072 Rockefeller, West Peachtree Street, Dave and I were super excited about doing that. It's been a fantastic project to go through. We're nearing topping out on the project. We knew we had some really interesting conversations and things that we're working through right now that felt like they would be very applicable to talking about facades. So we knew we could spend 30 minutes talking about differential settlement, column settlement. Did we want to talk 30 minutes about that? Probably not. So what we decided to do internally was, let's break this up and talk a little bit about the process that we went through to get to where we are. I'm going to do the first part of the presentation. Dave's going to follow up and talk about more technical, applicable things as it relates to building systems, facade engineering, column shortening, all those things. So, there we go. Need that. So let's talk about site. For those of you around Atlanta, you've driven by this, you're probably wondering what that tall tower is. It's going up on the corner of 12th and West Peachtree. That is this project. So again, it's nearing topping out. We've got 3 or so floors left to go. The skin is climbing up the building, and what you're seeing emerge up is more the residential tower. So again, using this as a frame of reference to understand kind of where the proximity streets are, where connections are. The site obviously in orange. There's the site. And it's interesting, we referred to this because if you've been around Atlanta long enough, that was the site of the Midtown post office. So a little bit, like tongue-in-cheek, more like, that's, seemed like, all right, we use that, we refer to that as a postage stamp site. It literally feels like a postage stamp site. This is about just over 1 acre site in this dense urban environment of Midtown. It's changed dramatically since we started the project, but again, that brings a whole host of challenges when you start thinking about how do you do a project that fits on this site with all the constraints around it, access to it. How does that kind of inform what we do? And really our process early on with the Rockefeller clients was to go through multiple iterations. And you can see here, we call it options at a glance. This is just a few of them, there are several more. But again, really breaking this down based on how the building occupies the site. It's a mixed-use project. It's not just a residential tower. It has office components. It's got parking. And of course, the residential is a primary component of this. How do you begin to stack these up? How do they sit on the site? How do you get this thing to work? It has to work. It's a machine. It has to perform. So again, going through these, understanding we had targets to hit. We're dealing with FAR allowances. We're dealing with SPI 16. All the requirements that drive decisions as we go through this. All right. Stepping through that process a little bit with the Rockefeller Group. We started to whittle this down, right? So we got down to 4 studies, more or less. Fairly conventional ones. 3 of those we tend to call serial box solutions. They're more linear bars, if you will, for residential towers. We know that this is sitting on a podium. There's a parking component. There's active use along the street. And there's an office component. So how do all these things begin to connect? What is the vision for the project? What is the client's vision? How do we begin to develop that as an idea? So, spoiler alert, we ended up going with the one that's called Study 4. And so, as we went down that process, part of understanding the complexities of that building, right? Aside from it being a vertical tower in the context of Midtown Atlanta, is to really understand the skin of the building, the exterior enclosure, right? That drives a significant amount of the cost of the building. So as you look from left to right, we had a couple of variations all sitting on a very similar podium configuration. The charts on the right and the information in the upper right begin to take that as we analyze these takeoffs, building again the case to go tall. Now, I will caveat this by saying we came in and interviewed for the project, came in with a tall tower solution. Figured, all right, if we're going to win this, we got to go big on this. We got to have these ideas. We got into it, we certainly had to study that. But at the end of the day, it was Rockefeller that decided we're going to do the tall tower. There's lots of reasons that they wanted to do that. We're not going to get into those today. But so we ended up actually moving forward with the tall tower. So again, looking back on kind of the process, and again, your first question might be, do architects still draw by hand? And yes, the answer is they do. So if you look on the right, we call this the pinwheel. This is the square tower that's going up today. The version on the right, we call the serrated bar. And again, referencing back to the Sturgill Box idea of a linear bar-shaped, double-loaded residential tower. That's great. It's efficient. It works perfectly, right? It's a proven commodity within the market. You know, the challenge is, you know, you've got these end units and you've got other units that have these fantastic views. What happens to all the inline units as you start to think about the experience of this as a tenant? So the serrated bar was taking advantage of, all right, what if we sculpt the bar so you create two cardinal views out of that building? That's what you're seeing on the right. Where we ended up is what we call the pinwheel. The pinwheel, obviously a smaller, relatively smaller footprint, but creating a central core configuration and arranging units around that core. But taking it a step further, creating kind of shifts in the building facade that allow views out of units, not just in one direction, but in two cardinal views. This diagram here is the resolution, or at least the conceptual resolution of how that started, and again, showing kind of the idea of two cardinal views, the arrangement of parts around a central core, understanding that this footprint's about 100 foot by 100 foot. So, you know, we go through the process, we understand that there is we check the boxes on the vertical circulation, we make sure egress is accommodated, we work through this entire process as we go through this, and we get to a point where it's like, all right, that's good, we know we've got to sort through kind of the unit mix, this is going to change a little bit, but essentially you're taking this floor plate, and you're stacking this floor plate up 40 times, right? You're taking that 40-story residential component and putting that on top of a 20-story building, right? And not another residential building, but you're putting that on top of an office building, right? So you can imagine that the constraints on that, the column configurations and alignments, they're challenges. How do you thread corners for these buildings? And that sits on top of a parking deck, which ultimately ends up at the lot end street. So just to drive that point home a little bit, on the left you see more or less a section diagram that conveys the verticality of this project. Residential obviously at the top, office and pink sort of in the middle, sitting on top of a parking podium. And then another unique element which is at the bottom, which we call the residential liner. So as we went through these conversations, knowing that a more conventional solution would be lobby, stack parking on top of that, and equipment buildings on top of that, thus having to figure out, all right, how do you screen that parking deck? What is the solution? Knowing this context in Midtown, knowing West Peachtree Street, the energy moving back to more of a residential street. Yes, there's still car traffic on that street, but it's slowly changing. The thought was, how great would it be to have a residential unit lining the face of the parking deck, screening the parking deck? So that brought a series of challenges, thinking about how do you stack that up, as well as introducing amenity levels that break between floors or shifts in program, like you see pool amenities and club lounges and so on and so forth. Elevators, obviously a consideration when the building is tall, knowing that you've got a bank of elevators that have to push through for the residential, but also have another bank that have to work for the office building. All right, so moving forward a little bit as we settled on the direction of what this tower was going to be. We began looking at skin studies, knowing that, and this is primarily focusing on the residential skin studies. So looking through these, where to introduce balconies, how many balconies, where are they, how do we create some solid movements on the building, how does that relate to the overall composition of the facade, like pulling some of these elements down through the street. More or less kind of ended up generally what we're looking at here. So again, you see kind of the layers, if you will, the building stepping, the idea of kind of creating views both for the residential unit as well as the office. And as we get down to the base, again, going back to the idea of how do you create a street that feels like you have density, but it has some interruptions, and that feels like there's some moments where you can kind of break with the materials. It breaks down that facade. It's a big building sitting on the street. So again, looking at compositions of materials, how do these come together? How do we use these in a way that brings more of a human scale to the base of the building? So again, looking at the tower elements, lobby, street frontage, liner units, using materials such as limestone cladding, which we find in the lower part of the building, architectural precast as you get a little higher up in the building, composite metal panel, certainly high performance glazing, translucent glazing, and then perforated metal panel for areas where we need to screen parking decks and other elements. I'll round this out with a couple images. So again, some images of the renderings we did fairly late in the process as we started to kind of hone in on the composition of the building. This is a corner view from West Peachtree and 12th, looking up that tower. A couple other views stepping back. So again, breaking down the scale and the mass of the street. There's a lot of energy moving into Midtown, a lot of residential. You see, it used to be primarily office. And along West Main Street, probably, a lot of parking decks and stuff. So again, we're encouraging that kind of street activation. And finally, one view kind of from the distance looking back to the northeast. Again, seeing how this tower sits in the landscape. Again, this is the tallest tower built in the last 30 years, so I hear. It's the tallest, supposedly the tallest residential tower. So obviously we're stepping into new territory here. There are a lot of conversations that Dave's going to get into that really address, as you go this tall, what are the impacts on the building systems, the facades, the mechanical. So
You see that giant clock right there.
yeah. I told you.
I'm kidding. I knew you wouldn't be able to get through that.
Here's the point. I'm sure.
No, Brooke, that was awesome. Thanks. I definitely do the short straw having to talk about the technical aspects of this, but they are super interesting, and it's not advancing.
Push the
So we're going to shift gears a little bit and talk about one of the more critical factors that influence the facade and with the wall design in this building, and that is the concept of concrete column shortening or axial column shortening. If anyone in the room has ever designed a high-rise before, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's real, and it has to be accounted for in the design of a tall building. And if not, you're gonna have trouble getting things to fit as you move through. Column shortening is something that happens in every concrete building. It's much more exaggerated in high-rise buildings, especially buildings over 40 stories. The cumulative and the differential effects multiply as the building increases in height, so it's absolutely something that has to be dealt with. Facades, especially window wall systems, which is about 70% of what our facade is, are relatively unforgiving when it comes to misalignment and so forth. So the idea of column shortening is something that the entire design team needs to consider very early on in the process. So what is column shortening? Essentially, column shortening is the reduction in length of a column over time. And it really happens due to three main factors: elastic shortening, creep, and shrinkage. And if you remember from your structure classes, elastic shortening is something that happens as soon as the column is loaded. Creep is a long-term reduction in the length of the column that occurs over time. And then shrinkage is not load dependent, but it just happens as the concrete cures and hydrates. So together, the combination of those three things has a, it has a dramatic effect on the overall height of the building. Floor to
floor, it might be an eighth of an inch, 16th of an inch, but that over 60 levels could equal out to be, you know, in the order of 8 inches of height in the building. So the structural design for our tower, and I saw Tim Sandy out there with Walter P. Moore, is essentially, as Brooke said, it's a combination of mixed uses, and each use has its own ideal structural grid, and those structural grids don't play very well with one another when you start to stack them vertically, which is why you don't see a ton of vertical mixed use. And so there was some structural gymnastics that we had to go through to get from an ideal office grid to an ideal residential grid, sloping columns and transfers and that sort of thing. But effectively, the building is built around a central shear core that rises from a mat foundation all the way up to the top of the building. And then that core itself is braced with these large outrigger columns that tie back at about mid-height in the tower with these massive outrigger beams. They're actually a floor and a half deep. So if you're a tenant on the floor with the outrigger beam, you're walking through the beam to get here from the elevator to your unit. So when the drawing leaves our shop, it's pretty straightforward. Everything's true and plumb, and we design, you know, floor-to-floor heights, and everything registers with a floor slab. The columns are all vertical. It's nice and clean. But the reality of what happens in a high-rise building is as soon as you start building that building, it begins to shorten. And the cumulative effect of that, you know, it doesn't all shorten at the same rate. Shear walls will shorten a lot less than the perimeter columns. So you have a differential shortening happening within the tower that if you don't plan ahead, you're going to end up with floor slabs like that. And if you drop a pocket full of marbles, they're all going to roll towards the outside of the building. So, and then to make matters worse, the perimeter columns don't all shorten at the same rate. So it really depends on the stress state inside the column, which is largely dependent on the cross-sectional area of the column. So the three columns that I highlighted in red are those outrigger columns. Those things are effectively shear walls. So they shorten a lot less than the little columns in the corner. So not only do you have differential shortening between the core of the building and the perimeter of the building, but you also have differential shortening happening between columns as you move around the perimeter of the building, which is where it gets really sticky with window wall systems. So what do you do? The number one way to address this is to super elevate or pre-camber the columns, and this is the process of actually casting the perimeter columns higher than the core. So what you're doing is you're anticipating that these columns will shorten, you plan ahead, and hopefully at the end of the day everything ends up level and forming the building. How do we do that? We rely on the structural engineer to do a complex analysis which involves, you know, understanding the amount of load that these columns are seeing, the shear state or the stress state inside that column. The concrete mix design comes into play, the duration between pours, the temperature. I mean, there's a lot that goes into generating these numbers, but effectively what these numbers are telling us is that, for example, on level 56 to 61, we need to cast column E2 2.1, 1.25 inches higher than the core. And you can see as you go down the building, those numbers get less, but that makes sense because, you know, the column way up at the top of the building has 60 columns under it that are all shortening as well, okay? So very kind of complex analysis here. I stole this from the structural set because I wanted to point out the third bullet point, and this is key, is that as we're building this tower, what the contractor is doing is they're setting the floor height based on the floor below, right? They're not shooting in at an elevation, at a mean sea elevation that's in our drawings. If you did that, you'd end up with all the floors at the top of the tower being taller than the floors at the bottom. So this is actually a process of absorbing some of this shortening as you go. So effectively what happens is you end up with a shorter building technically than what you have in your design documents. And again, for our building, that's in the order of magnitude of around 8 inches. Forming plans, form workshop drawings, super critical. So we rely on those guys to look at the chart, provide them with the structure drawings, and tell us how they're going to set up the formwork, and then we double check it before they start doing anything real. So this is a theoretical building here. So first thing we do is we measure up from the ground, we set that elevation of the core, floor, we super elevate the columns, and then with each consecutive floor, the columns below are carrying twice as much weight, shortening is happening, and you can see what's happening to the floor heights. We're starting to slip, we're starting to fall below the theoretical floor height. And so by the time you get to the top of the building, there will be a dimensional difference between what's in the field and what's actually built. And that's not a structural failure, that's planned for. But the issue is all the stuff going inside that building, walls, the facade, tile floors, kitchen cabinetry, that all becomes a very tricky proposition when you're intentionally casting the floor's rate, if you will. And just as we can predict the super elevation of the columns, we can also graphically display how that column will return back to the level position over time. And so what we've done here is we've laid sort of the critical construction milestones over that graph. So, for example, we know that when we're getting ready for the flooring install, about 35 to 40% of that super elevated column is starting to return back to zero. By the time you hit 6 to 8 months, you're probably at 50%. By the time you're at a year, you're in the order of magnitude 80 to 90% of that has come out. The rest of it, and I think on the structural drawings, it's 1,350 days, so it's 2.5 years. And it's exponential, right? So theoretically, it never gets there. It's moving in that direction. Surveying is critical, and what we mean by this is what you're doing when you're building the building is you're actually measuring, is the building doing what we said it was going to do? Because at the end of the day, the super elevated column schedule is a prediction. We don't know. It's a great educated guess, but we need to verify in the field and make sure that what's happening in real life is sort of mirroring what we predicted. And if it's not, we need to change it. And so that's built into this process too, the ability to come in and tweak the numbers based on what we're seeing in the field. Let's skip over that real quick. So, okay, impact on window wall. So the biggest story here is the window wall is kind of the first major sequence. So you're putting window wall in the building knowing that these floors are rated. Okay, so two things. One, the system has to be designed to handle that day one scenario where you have this misalignment. And then number two, it's got to be able to adjust as the floors start to fall into alignment. The system has to be able to accommodate that movement. This is a typical section through anybody that's done window wall before will recognize that there's really nothing special about this. The head receptor at the bottom of that detail is where vertical movement in the window wall system is allowed to happen. That's key in this design, and that was double checked early on. I will say that one of the key strategies for anybody that ever has to design a building that is going to experience this is to have these early structure and facade coordination meetings. Critical, because what you want is you want your structural engineer to inform your window wall guys so that the shop drawings already have these provisions built in. You don't want to have to come back after the fact and try to address these issues. For us, the big areas were the corners, right? The outside corners and the inside corners of the window wall system. So we had to make some modifications to the bellow gaskets on the outside edge of the curtain wall system because in its raked position with the gasket that came with the window wall system, there was a gap. And so we got the biggest bellow gasket that we could get for that system, and that ended up working perfectly. On the inside corner, if you see the drawing here, there's a piece of green brake metal and there's a piece of blue brake metal. Normally that's one piece of metal. On our building, we had to break that into two and then connect those things with a flexible siliconized accordion, right, that would allow that system to sort of adjust as the floors settle. Also, the inside brake metal is in a slip track that allows that to move as well. And this is critical. So we built mock-ups out at, this is by the way, Jamco CES, out at Jamco's shop. And we ran, the hose test and the chamber test. But what's critical here is that we ran it two separate ways. We initially ran it with the system racked. So we anticipated, okay, this is how it's going in, so let's make sure it works racked. Ran the test, got positive results, and then we pulled pulled the wedges out, lowered the system, and ran it again in its flat level position just to make sure that it was still performing per the performance specifications. And this is a critical piece to field testing. So you can get the laboratory test to work, and you can get the test at Jamco's shop to work, because everybody's focused on one small piece of the building. But we're working with Williamson and Associates on this project, and we put in place a fairly robust field testing program to make sure that what we were able to simulate in the lab and in the shop, we can actually achieve in the field as well. And it takes into account workmanship and things like that, which are critical. And I'm getting close to the end here. I want to say that, column shortening does not just impact the facade. MEPs are a big deal. And MEPs on a residential building are an even bigger deal, because the MEP systems aren't in the core. And as you remember from that diagram, the core is the thing that's compressing the least. Where you get the most movement is out at the edges. And if you've got, which we have in our building, water source heat pumps that have stacks that run all the way down the building, and those things are in closets out near the glass, and they're on a part of the slab that's going to be moving. And so you have to build into those vertical risers, whether it's electrical or plumbing or whatever, the ability for it to adjust, and you have to think through the gravity loading of those things. So it's a very tricky proposition. So just some guidance here on, this is kind of what we learned through this process, is that you have to anticipate column shortening early on, and you need to communicate the impact of that throughout the trades. So you want to talk to the guy doing the shop fronts or millwork, the window wall guys. Everybody needs to know that this building is going to do this X, and you need to be able to design for it. And those details need to find their way into the shop drawings early on and not be something that happens later. Developing a robust monitoring and surveying system to verify what's predicted is what's happening is critical. And then, of course, the mock-ups and the field testing, super important. And so I'll leave you with 3 takeaways. I can't believe I got 2 minutes on the clock. I have to believe through that. Shortening is inevitable. It's going to happen. And if you're doing anything over 40, it's going to be a major issue that you have to deal with. But it's manageable. Plan ahead. And the facade design absolutely needs to be able to accommodate that movement, and coordination is the difference between success and failure. So, thank you all. Appreciate it.
So much love for structural engineers today. I love hearing it. It's great. All right, we're going to get set up for our first panel. Get some chairs set up in the interim. Always great seeing TBS. My first project out of college was with TBS, the Georgia World Congress Center in Phase 4, known as Hall C. I spent many times at 3 o'clock in the morning watching concrete be poured. So good lessons learned down there. So our panel today, we're going to have moderator Ross Payton, principal studio leader for Corgan. He's going to be leading the panel on modular construction flies at the busiest airport in the world. And if that airport is anything other than Hartsfield, I think we're all going to be very disappointed. And then just a reminder for those of you who presented during session 2, at the end of our panel, you can please come up for your photos and your thank you from tech.
Okay, before we actually get into the presentation, I'd like for each of the panelists to introduce themselves. My name is Ross Payton with Corgan, but we'll start right here with Mike Burnett.
Yeah, my name is Mike Burnett, Senior Vice President of the Boulder Construction Company.
Hello, my name is Edmund Ramos. I'm the USP Deputy Director for the Convenor Lighting Project.
Todd McLean, I'm to WSP, and I'm Program Director for the Concourse D Lighting Project.
And I'm Kelvin Hall with Goodbanks Light Architecture, the principal there. We joint venture with Corgan on this project as the architects.
Because Concourse D is now so narrow, with bigger airplanes coming in, the passenger level of service is not good.
We began to look at options on how we could widen the concourse, minimize the gate downtime, keep the operation intact to the extent possible. And one of the ways we figured that out was through a modular construction.
there will be a total of 19 modules that will be essentially attached to Concourse D to provide that widened concourse. The modules are being constructed about a mile away from Concourse D on the south side of the airfield.
Doing it this way allows you to run two construction sites. One out there at the concourse, preparing it with the foundations, with the civil work, to receive a building that allows us to minimize the operational impact of ATL.
We were able to cut the gate down time by about 20%, which is millions and millions of dollars of savings for the airlines.
These modules are somewhere in the range over 700 tons. We got the SPMTs that we'll use to transport.
So tonight, the first module will be trucked over.
We crossed the runway taxiway. We followed exactly the plan that we set in place, and we arrived here early. And now the team is doing their final checks. When we get the green light, you will expect this module to be set in its final position.
Today, it's a landmark, not only for Hartsfield-Jackson, but also for the team. Opening up the first phase was a huge crunch, just to not only prove to everybody that it's possible, but also it's a true testament to communication, passion, and endurance.
We said to ourselves, what does it take to open gates within this fast-track period of a time? It takes an entire village. Every single member of our team is equally committed to succeeding.
Phase 2 was almost a 200-foot extension to the north of the concourse. This section that we're moving today completes Phase 2. It's 48 foot by 99 foot wide. It has a weight of 650 tons.
We don't want to be complacent about what we're doing. I mean, you can see you've got a 650-ton building that's moving about a mile an hour. But we go through the same checks and balances. But I think the mystery of the unknown, at least for us at Hartsfield-Jackson, it's behind us now.
As we had sketched out 2 years ago, we are just following the same roadmap, and this is the last module of Phase 2, and then we'll be going into traditional construction for Phase 3 and Phase 4.
The modules that we're using on this phase, we really maximized what we can and can't do. All of the work that ended up having to be airside on the first phase, we looked at all of that and said, why can't we do this in the modular?
We've proven that it can be done with all the effort that everyone has poured in, and now we're seeing the benefit of that. By doing modular construction, we were able to save the airport close to about $500 million for this particular project.
When this is all said and done, this will be a completely different passenger experience at Hartsfield-Jackson. It will probably be the best offering we got in this concourse.
All right, we just wanted to show you a video that kind of gives you context to the overall project. You know, historically, this is a concourse that was built rather small because it was accommodating regional aircraft, which are smaller aircraft. And as the aviation industry started to continue to develop and get bigger, it really started to need larger aircraft to be parked at the gate. So a lot of airlines actually upgauge their aircraft in order to accommodate the additional passenger traffic. So with that, you know, we really wanted to look at this and start to talk about how do we widen a 60-foot wide building to be 100 feet. You know, that was the challenge, and keep gates operational. So as you can see here, this is a section through Concourse D originally. You know, like I said, designed for smaller regional aircraft. Level of service for passengers was degraded because there was a lot of passengers in the whole rooms. It was very crowded. It just wasn't a very good experience. And then the concession offerings were reduced as well. A lot of us, as we fly, we look for these amenities. So with that, I'm going to start engaging the panel a little bit. Edmund, you know, one of the things that we deal with in aviation is a little different than other locations. Airports have to deal with certain challenges and constraints. Can you go through those?
Yeah, sure. Challenges for airport construction is you start with essentially you're working in the airfield. But that is exponentially more challenging for this project is you're doing it at the world's busiest airport. In 2019, before the pandemic, we processed 110 million passengers a year. Last year, we were really close to that number. We're at 108 million passengers. So as you can see, there's a lot of volume in terms of the airport industry that goes through Atlanta. So we have had to contend with a primary constraint, meaning this is an airport first and a construction site second. So the airlines and the airport put in place very strict parameters as to how we are going to build this project. Ross has touched on it already. We have to keep the building operational. Our mayor, City of Atlanta mayor, described this in an event last week as akin to an open heart surgery where your patient is awake and on the table. So we would have had to make sure that the concourse is operational, accepting flights and departures on a daily basis. For context, any gate that we have closed in Atlanta takes away revenue of approximately $400,000 a month per gate per day. And so if you calculate that on this number of gate closures that we have, that's an incredible amount of money that is being lost in terms of revenue. Of course, that type of constraint put together what we call challenges on how we face it. We couldn't just simply knock down the building and rebuild it. We had to do it in chunks. As we look back, we say to ourselves, this almost looks like a new project per phase. So we're needing to deal with different complexities as we move ahead. Being an airport, we're also subject to federal regulations as it relates to environmental sightlines, the height of the structure. So we've had to make sure we coordinated that very tightly with the FAA.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Can you talk a little bit about the team and how that came together?
Yeah, so the owner had a very specific mandate for the team before we were put together. In fact, I believe Mike, when you all are being interviewed as part of the solicitation, mandate number one is that we've got to make sure collaboration is at the heart of everything we do. And we mean that when it comes to the builders, the project management team, and the design team, but also we have to make sure that stakeholders truly marry up with the essence of the word stakeholder and have a seat at the table to make sure that every step of the way, as complex as the project is, that we have engagement, and then when we have challenges, when it comes to decision making, that everyone had the opportunity to be part of the decision. That really builds that team, that cohesion that we would need for a project like this.
Yeah, I think you even made a comment during the video about the team, everyone engaged, everyone, which is really truly one of the things that you see on site. You know, schedule is so important for aviation work or any project. But here, Todd, why don't you walk us through a little bit of the considerations for schedule and what happens on these types of airport projects?
Yes, so this is our typical format that we use. You know, we usually start with planning. Planning looks at the bigger picture, you know, where we're going to be in, you know, not just in 2030, but where we're going to be in 2035. So, you know, planning began, I'm going to show you a slide here in a second, but, you know, we look at the environmental impacts that, you know, may or may not be with a particular project. Edmund mentioned our leadership selection. You know, I think we were talking earlier, it's like a few people make a huge difference. You know, when you've got leadership that can bring people together and get, you know, folks to sign up. You know, ultimately this thing's got to be paid for and it's got to work. But at that juncture in the light blue there in the middle, that was pretty key. And of course, then we start looking at who's going to design it. We have an amazing design team here. Who's going to build it? We've got an amazing construction team here as well. And then somehow we're going to fold that all into a package that we can ultimately sell. Gate closures, $400,000 a day. You know, what's the payback? What are we doing? You know, how can we make this as streamlined as possible? So this is a normal format that we follow. Now, this is specific to D. So I was actually on the early planning team back in 2015. To kind of prepare for this, I went back in time, and it was so interesting to look at. I think planning, you sort of throw spaghetti on the kitchen cabinets and you see what sticks, right? And while we had a lot of ideas, the idea of widening it stuck, but I think anything really happened in the end. I wouldn't call it an accident, but you know, we could never get past. We got our utilities that originate from the center point of D, and how do we keep flowing to the various phases that we'd be working on. So in green here, around 2019, we really began to get serious about D. And so we engaged our planner. You can see right in the middle, there's three key, and we brought our designer on board and our CMR on board. And at that phase, I think we really began to take a hard look at modular construction and how can we integrate something along this. So I would say this was a very pivotal time. We made a flight out to Dallas to go take a look at that. But you know, every option we looked at, we just kept finding a roadblock, and it really wasn't until modular construction. And it's not completely modular. You know, we're a bit of a hybrid. We're actually in our stick-built phase. But the other thing we wanted to do during this whole period of time was to keep our exterior envelope theme intact. So, you know, we had to fold that in and make sure that whatever we did, we've got a theme going. And while it's not a complicated theme, it is insulated metal panels and glass, but we wanted to keep that theme going for the rest of the airport. So we challenged our designer, we challenged everybody to help, you know, keep that going. And then you can see we really began construction at 2023. That's when it really began hard out there. And this will take us to the summer of 29. So.
Thank you, Todd. You know, one of the things you brought up is modular construction, which is really gaining a lot of synergy in the aviation marketplace because of that downtime of aircraft and gates being so expensive or revenue loss. So we're seeing this as a new type of construction. What's really interesting about this project is it was the first time it was done in and around active gates. The other airports that had done it up to this point had been able to close down a complete section of the airport to construct. Speaking of, so this is a real quick snapshot of what was existing. You can kind of see the smaller aircraft around and how thin the building is on top. It's important to note there's more gates here. There's 40 gates, but that accommodation was only 4,000 aircraft seats. So when you're in the planning phase, you're starting to look at that. Upgauging the aircraft, the number of gates went from 40 to 34. That's a loss of 6 gates, but the accommodation of aircraft seats went up from 4,000 to 6,400. So 2,400 additional gates. That's some of the benefits of this one. I'm about to switch over to Kelvin over here to talk a little bit about some of the other benefits and really from a passenger experience perspective.
So, what we did at the beginning, just thinking about the design aspect and really enhancing the passenger experience, there are a few things that naturally came into play once the concourse was widened from 60 feet to 99 feet. Obviously, you'll have an increase in square footage, so it's about 75% square feet on the boarding level that was increased. And then think about just the width of the concourse. So the current concourse, the older dimensions for the concourse width, is 18 feet, but now with the new expansion up to 29 feet wide. Ceiling height currently is at 11 feet tall, and now with the new space it'll be up to 18 feet. So, you know, just again, that square footage that increased, being able to say that we have larger restrooms, which is very important. Think about when we're all getting off airplanes, and usually we make it a beeline to the restroom. Typically, there are long lines there. So with the increase in restroom and square footage there, we're able to make that a more pleasant experience. Then you have the 50% increase of concessions available for revenue to the airport. And then just overall, any buildings in Atlanta of certain square feet, any city-owned buildings, we typically have to have a LEED Silver certification as a minimum. And we will be achieving that as well. So those are some of the things that really were able to take advantage of the increased size for the concourse.
I really appreciate your comments on ceiling height and really the width of the concourse too, because as you're walking down the concourse, there's all these people trying to board a flight. They're out in the walk space typically, which making it a lot wider, it was so compact previously, just trying to get through there. And then the psychological benefit of that ceiling height going to 18 feet is huge. Okay, as we get into this modular versus how do we deliver this type of project, You know, I think that it's really important to kind of note that it takes a village, and the contractor really started to engage at this point. How do we deliver this? Mike, walk us through a little bit of the mindset and the process you went through to evaluate these.
Yeah, so Ross mentioned earlier, for our airport clients, a key driver is how do we make sure our work does not shut down gate operations, because again, those gates are $400,000 a day of revenue for the airport and airlines. So as we look at our plan to build, a key criteria is how do we minimize the impact to our stakeholders, to our client and their stakeholders. So this was a very complex challenge, and then you can look at the cross-section here and see that a big part of this was to add width to the building. Guess what's at that location? Gates, right? So we had to figure out, all right, how do we minimize the impact? And it somewhat naturally led some of our design and planning coordinations to, well, what if we can delay the site capture and let them continue business as usual by building somewhere else and then bring the building to the site. And what that in essence enabled us to do is to delay site capture. You still have to do the foundation work, you still have to bring the buildings over, we still have to do the final interior build out, but it allowed us to delay the point of site capture, which gave them normal gate operations. You can see in this image too that we had another big challenge was volume. The ceiling was very low. As you see in option 1, we can add width to the building, but you still have the natural sort of ceiling heights that are in Concourse D built long ago. And so what the image in the lower left allowed us to do is say, okay, what if in addition to building off-site, and in addition to driving these buildings over, what if we tear the existing roof structure off of Concourse D? So, you know, because this isn't easy, you know, this isn't hard enough. Let's see what else we can do to spice this up. That's what enabled us to then say, okay, you see it on the right side. We can't really do that part in a modular fashion, so that's going to be a traditional build. That'll be stick build, but let's work on this modular solution to the east there. And what you can see is what that meant to our schedule. Traditional build is 69 months, modular 64. You might say, well, that didn't save a whole lot of time. The analogy I would use is if you're expanding your house and you do that modularly, you definitely save time on the expansion, but if you're renovating the inside, you still got a long fuse there to renovate. So that's why you see 5 months versus a real huge number.
Yeah, walk us through the phasing just a little bit.
Yeah, so the phasing plan, again, we had this rule of 8 gates down at a time. So in phase 1, you can see where the focus was to do a modular deployment to increase the width. And so during that first precious 8 gates down cycle, we brought in those first 5 modules to increase the width. And then in phase 2, you can see what we call the tip expansion. That was a little bit easier in that, you know, we're sort of doing a more traditional expansion project, and we have the modules there designed to kind of stitch those together and bring that part to life. And then in phase 3, you can see we convert over to the traditional build. We call that the up and over. That's where we've got steel coming across the existing building down to a new column line, and then we've got to pull off that existing roof structure so that we open up the space, and phase 4 is really the last piece of that.
One of the interesting aspects of this project was really engaging the stakeholder, because the stakeholder being the primary airline on this concourse, which is Delta, of course. And one of the constraints early on when we first started was the number of gates we could take down, which was, I think, 2 at the initial onset. But think, how long would it take to build this if we took down 2 gates at a time?
Oh gosh, well, I think some of the first schedules we did, we were out into like 84 months, 7 to 8 years to build. It was just going to be unfathomable how long it was going to take. So we had to come up with something creative.
And then can you walk us through just a little bit of working with the stakeholder on that?
Yeah, you got to inspire that confidence in those stakeholders that we have their interests at heart, as Mike often reminds us. So from our perspective, us within the project management team, interfacing with the stakeholders, we have had to develop multiple analysis, like a full-blown gating chart, week by week accounting of how many gates are actually going to be closed as we march along the concourse doing this work. we strategically made sure that the information is as current as possible, and where we have some negotiations to be had, where there are volleys saying, we do 4, although we do 8, we make sure that they fully appreciated and understood, the efficiency that's being taken away from construction if we were to be restricted to a certain number of limited gates. And also in return, we reciprocated by making sure that we made each gate close count, right? That every single time we take over a gate, you better be working there, boy. You better be making sure there's actual physical activity going on, because that's, as we said, we throw this around, that's $400,000 a day in revenue that they aren't making. So they're very vocal about it. And they keep us in our toes about making sure we maximize the real estate they're able to allow us to capture.
Yeah, thank you for that. This is a great section that really shows the hybrid approach and how that really took effect. Well, it's really amazing that as you all think about architects in a dinner and a napkin sketch, I was at dinner with a structural engineer. We were talking about this particular project and how it could be approached. And we talked about building that module in place and then spanning over the existing concourse so that you could encapsulate without closing down the concourse. But then, I'm going to let Kelvin speak a little bit too, because he was talking about the passenger experience. In the red, you see they're taking out that concourse. Talk a little bit about how this really affected passenger experience.
To really minimize that, you've heard others say that, this is an operation that is ongoing and we have construction above head. So look at the relationship in sequence 1 of the module, the overall height of the module to the existing concourse. That's a 12-foot difference in height. So in order to have construction to continue while the airport is operating, there was a temporary wall, weatherproof, built between the existing concourse and the module, as well as the difference in height of the top of the module. There was a canted wall that was also weatherproof. And this allowed construction to continue. As you look at sequence 2, that is the framing, that is the up and over, that creates the overall width of the building. And that sort of started from the end of the existing concourse, which is also phase 2, and worked its way back, still was erected back over phases 3 and 4, back towards the midpoint. Looking at sequence 3, Ross just mentioned that the red is the demolition of the existing concourse. So what happens then, once the steel is erected, the roof decking is on, the membrane is complete, the space is to a point of being dried in, then you can have the demolition of the existing concourse in certain phases. So now we're in phase 3, and the demolition is occurring now, to where once that happens, the only thing that we see on the whole room floor is one column line, and that is the column line of the left portion of the module. That's the only sort of infrastructure that is within the space, and you have a clear span of up to that point, then the 99-foot width of the overall space. So then, once it's complete, you'll be able to see the difference in height of the overall structure, as well as the relationship of the curtain wall system on the exterior being 14 feet high, and then an 18-foot ceiling.
Yeah, one of the things we were talking about just right before this panel session was Mike mentioned earlier, if we make this a little bit more difficult, that'd be nice. And then when the decision was made to build up and over and then tear out the roof and everything out from under it, that was something that you said, that you called your office immediately and said, yeah, it looks like we're taking off the roof and it's going to be more difficult. Well, I want to continue, Edmund also talked a little bit about challenges early on. Modular construction requires 2 sites. Can you talk a little bit about kind of the benefits and challenges of modular approach?
Certainly, yeah. So, the airport really helped us in finding a great spot. This modular yard, you can see this just south of the airport, gave us great access to a taxiway, which allowed us, overnight to drive these modules across. There's a few things we learned out of that. One is you've got to manage 2 sites, so you now have supervision at the project site and at the mod yard. You have safety and security at the project site and at the mod yard. So you kind of have 2 sites that you have to manage. So it's important that the general contractor think through all that. And given we are at a facade conference, I'll share a couple other things. As you can see, the modular yard and the bright purple images being the modules, we had to look at things like okay, these buildings are not braced against the building like they will be when they're finally installed. So what are the wind loads on the building, and with one side being open, what does that do to the skin? What does it do to the materials? We learned through that we had torque in the mod yard that was going to cause some deflections and problems with the exterior skin. We added some bracing to the modules temporarily in the mod yard so that the skin, stabilized and wasn't moving excessively. But those are just a few of the challenges we worked through. Last thing I'll share on that, which is important, I think, one of the other things we learned is that the acceleration and deceleration forces that are imparted on the module by the trailers, the SPMTs, is actually less than the design seismic, wind loads, etc. When we had that sort of aha moment, we're like, okay, maybe this isn't as scary as we thought.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Also, this is a great slide. It's actually one of my favorite slides because it overlays to something that's really interesting is the foundations for both the traditional build and these modules started at the same time. Talk a little bit about this slide and kind of how it proves the schedule difference.
Yeah, I mean, this really sort of brought everything home for us. You can see in yellow, a traditional stick build, and you kind of watch that go, and you see how sort of much more labor is involved, is slower. It's just this traditional way of sticking things together, and it's airside work, so everybody's got to be badged. You've got to get workers from land side to airside, so we've seen really that can cost about an hour to hour and a half a day per employee. So you're talking about 10% less effective, efficient work. Whereas what you see in green, all of that is built in the mod yard. There's direct access to parking. There's better quality control. There's better safety. You're not next to airside operations. It's just an absolute game changer in terms of how we can look at difficult airside construction at airports.
Yeah, can you talk a little bit about how we improved that? With each module, we started looking at what different trades might be put in.
Yeah, again, getting into a little bit of the engineering of it, it's really interesting. We had to look at how the buildings, the modules are lifted by the SPMTs, and we were lifting by the beams. Well, that's not where the load ultimately rests on the building, it's on the columns. So we had to go through a lot of deflection studies and try to figure out, how do we make sure that this building, this module doesn't deflect excessively when we pick it up, somewhat unnaturally. With what Ross is saying is every step of the way we've learned how to get better and better at this. So we're transitioning to picking them up by the columns, which is where the load ultimately, that simplifies all the deflections. So that's a change we're making. And then really a big one is the amount of work we can put on the modules. We're continuing to step that up. And again, it's just realizing that the most productive work happens in the mod yard. So we continue to stretch the boundaries there. We're doing things like, let's use exterior rated insulation so that we can insulate the duct.
Yeah, thank you so much. And that really leads to another comment, Todd, in the video. One of my favorite quotes is from you. It actually says, we're afraid of what we don't know. Something to that. And now we know. So talk a little bit about what we learned and how we're approaching the south side.
It just came out. I didn't plan it. I'll tell you that. As Mike said, one of our goals was, I shouldn't say we've gotten bolder, but the risk is there. But I think we understand it now. And so even in phase 2, phase 1, I would say largely the interior of the modules were limited to above the ceiling type things, cable trays, conduits, hydronic piping, things of that nature. Duct work was there. We did install the VAVs. Phase 2, we said, let's go further. Let's go and frame out the bathrooms. Let's run the plumbing for the bathrooms. And so we went further on that. And now on the south, as Mike says, we're going to pick these up from the columns. And one of the big things we want to do is try to do more MEP on the apron level. That's one of our time constraints. So if we can integrate some of the MEP on the apron level, we're just that much far ahead. The modules are going to get bigger. I think our biggest one on the north was 48 by 99. and we're going to double that. So we'll go to 96 by 99. Some of our taxiways are 75 feet wide, so we obviously got some challenges there, but we'll bring in the PMTs and work all that out. It shouldn't be a big deal, but, and then, you know, it's just getting more and more comfortable with what we can do. And as I said, yeah, some of the mystery that we thought was high risk, still there, but we just feel like we can squeeze the time down just a little bit more. We're looking at, do we really need to salvage the existing building? So one of the trade-offs, Edmund did, you know, it's very humbling in Hartsfield-Jackson to say that we can only close 8 at a time. That's one project. I'd say at any given time, there's probably 12 gates, anywhere from 8 to 12 gates, which is huge. So it's just not us. And he's done a masterful job of managing not just the D gate closure concept, but that one as well. So we sat down with Delta and we said, hey, look, you know, if we can do this, we found some swing gates. We got those gates stood up, and we were able to offset, take 2 more gates to 10 gates, demolish the entire south that you see in the light blue there on your bottom right. So we're going to speed this thing up, build more modules, and we'll really start from a clean, nice, fresh building, not trying to salvage too much of the old building and any of the old infrastructure. We're finding slabs that, you know, in 1978, I'm not sure what they surveyed with, but, you know, we can do better today. So that's one of the big challenges for, you know, that we plan to go when we, you know, go to the south.
Yeah, thank you, Todd. I think that's huge. As you learn, you just get more efficient. I think one quote I heard was, the very first module we moved took 4 hours. The second, or the last module we moved on the south, north, took 1 hour.
Yeah, and just to add to that, you can point something out. Phase 1, we moved 1 a week. Phase 2, we moved 2 a week. So, you know, it's more impactful to the airfield, but again, getting in and out, let the airlines have these gates back to $400,000 a day. That's a real number. We're looking at any and all ways to improve how we, you know, work around a very active airport policy.
So we're doing really well on time, and one of the things we really wanted to focus on, knowing that this is a facade and material conference, is to talk a little bit about some of the materials on the project. I'm going to start with Kelvin, but I think each of us, if we have a material we want to highlight, I think that would be nice. But Kelvin, go ahead and walk us through.
I'll choose the insulated metal panel. I say that because of the modularity throughout the entire facade. You know, it is very consistent with the rest of the materials on the airport, but I like the scale of it. See, the existing structural bay was 24 feet wide. So it was easy to divide the panels 6 feet wide by 2 feet tall and have that sort of be an expression along the facade. Also with that, the openings, the curtain wall openings, door locations, even penetration through the metal panel became more simplistic, but still clean. So you were able to have the definition from the exterior to the interior with some of the modularity with inside, as well as in the restrooms. We were able to locate large windows in the facade and coordinate that with the exterior to the interior to where passengers would have a better experience there.
At the risk of me going last, they may take all the materials that I was putting with Todd.
Of course, we're big into testing the material, right? So you can imagine building it in the modular, do all your dynamic testing on the envelope, and then you move it, right? And so there's 2 things that we really have to do. One of them, we've got to have a system that will allow us to come back and retorque all the connections. So we have to get back in there, if you will, and once we move it, set it down. So you've got to think about some of the structural considerations. But we have seen with the insulated metal panels, the testing we do at the modular and the reconfirmation that we do back at the site, it has performed extremely well. Largely the products that we have available to us, and the QC that goes behind that.
I think you bring up a good point, is the testing both at the modular and at the site after it's been moved, just to make sure it's still performing the way we need it to. Edmund?
For me, it's a big takeaway is a lot of people pause when they hear the word modular, associating with the concept of inferiority or something that's not of high quality. But I think what we've been able to illustrate in this project, it's It's exactly the opposite of that. That having more time at the mod yard, focusing on quality and workmanship and safety is a big takeaway to really consider modular in the future. Similar application, first and foremost at the airport, and other applications commercially as well. So this is not your trader build out that typically is associated with low inferior product. This is cutting edge engineering and construction.
Yeah, what I love is the efficiency on the mod yard side. I think, Kelvin, you kind of hinted at it, that the penetrations have simpler. I mean, you're not really doing a lot of those details in an environment that has an impact if it goes wrong. You actually improve the efficiency of the subs, you improve the efficiency of how it's being installed. Thank you for that. Mike?
Yeah, I'll just add, maybe not specific about a material, more process. I think for me, what I enjoyed was the way industry came together on this. I mean, when we made some of the first phone calls to like EGM or Glass Partner, I think Robert's in here somewhere. There he is. When we made some of those first phone calls, there was a little bit of like, wait a minute, you're doing what? It's like, we're going to pick this up, we're going to move it. We really involved our trade partners. They got the manufacturers involved. Everyone looked at deflections. Everyone really pitched in and helped. And it was also kind of interesting seeing maybe a little bit higher level of energy, where we just weren't doing things the same way. And you could kind of sense a lot of interest in that. So, yeah, I think the industry did a good job. Manufacturers, trade contractors coming together to figure out how do we do this to make sure it's successful.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I think when you have innovation in construction, it starts to really drive innovation in the industry and the materials. And I think that knowing this is going to continue, modular construction will continue at airports, that may drive some more innovation in products. And right now, some of the products we can't install on modular construction is something like, tile with some sort of hard joint in it, or terrazzo, because of the fear it might crack or fail while it's moving. All right, we have just under 30 seconds left. We're going to just show you a few renderings, and then we'll be done. Anyone, Kelvin, want to comment on anything as I flip through these?
Just look at the materials of the floor plane. You have a lighter pattern that sort of drives the passengers down the concourse. Look at the curtain wall, 14 feet high, sloped ceilings up to 18 feet. And then the dark is sort of inverse in front of the concessions and the restrooms to define that space as opposed to the whole room space. And the concessions have an awning overhead as well as a glow of light and large porcelain panels over the restrooms.
Well, we just finished pretty much on time, so thank you all very much.
We are going to now break for our networking lunch break.
Thank you for joining me. As we get started, shall we start? So thanks to Susan and the others for inviting me. I gave a talk featuring some of this content at a lesser facades conference, or different facades conference a year ago. And she said, since we're coming to Atlanta, it would be interesting to talk about this. This project is in fact a 5-minute walk away, and it is approaching substantial completion next month. So the nice thing about modern architecture is, when it's good, it looks just like the rendering. So it looks just like this. Okay, I'm with Eskew Ripple. We are an architecture, interiors, and planning firm with offices in New Orleans and Washington, D.C. About a staff of about 60. We won the AIA Firm Award back in 2014. We work all over the country, but mostly in the South, and have had the good fortune of doing a couple of projects here in Atlanta, most before Georgia Tech, but always happy to talk to people about others. Our shtick is that we can combine beauty and performance at a price you can afford. That's it. And this goes back into the history of the firm. I joined the firm in 2009. And they let me have free reign content between all their old clients and getting their utility bills and measuring the measured energy performance performance of their buildings. One done in 1998, a lab building, that was already 50% below the national average of lab buildings for the goals that were set in 2010. And then those traditions carried further into, say, this lab building in New Orleans, which applied some fancier technology to get to deeper levels of savings and win a top 10 award. In fact, we had this combination of, we look at our whole portfolio, not just the 2 or 3 projects we're proudest of, and look at the energy savings versus the 2003 baseline of measured buildings every year, look at the whole portfolio and compare that against what was just published 2 days ago, is the combination of all AIA firms in their AIA 23 commitment. This is what design says, but we're more proud of that we get the actual builds and show that the buildings didn't just look good in the energy model, but that they really performed. How we think about facades. So, it always feels like this is Joe Stieberg thing about architects behaving badly. He said, how did we get so stupid? We were so smart until mechanical engineering allowed us to make really stupid choices for buildings. So we look back at buildings designed in the 20s and the 30s, and they have narrow floor plates, they're great for daylight, they're great for ventilation, and so on. In fact, this metric I made up was, or just started tracking on projects, the facade area to the floor area. That number, it's more like a house that approaches 1 on the buildings that really used to work well. We look at, this is Edward Durrell-Stone on a bad day at the Aon Center, where that number is 0.3, where only 25% of the floor plate is daylight. And so we kind of have to ask, we used to know how to do things. Why did we get less smart about how to do things? So we've tried to apply some of that knowledge to projects we've worked on. Our first project for Georgia Tech was, I think the summary was a parking deck in an office building and a wastewater treatment facility walk into a bar. It had these 3 incompatible program types. This is the Dalney project, where there's an office building that's helping kind of act as a fig leaf, covering the 7 acres of surface parking that got scraped up to build the Eco Commons. Again, this is like your student diagram of the way to build a building. It's all running east-west. The facade is almost all facing north and south. We have a little bit heavier shading on what little east and west glass we have. And in fact, the other summary is obviously that we all have other techniques we can use. We can use motorized blinds, we can use phase change glass, and all manner of things, all of which tend to break over time or have problems. So there's a Georgia Tech building with electrochromic glass where I understand they keep a production line going to replace the panels every time one of those fails. So we like stupid, passive techniques if we can get away with them. Another thought is glass is amazing. Glass that was like chocolate. We could eat chocolate all the time, but then we'd have bad skin and other problems. The idea is we should put the chocolate where it's like the nice thing at the end of the meal. So this is a residential tower with on-site parking, above grade parking, and the budget could afford something like 30% glass. We actually wanted some glass over the parking garage to kind of stitch it into the rest of the design, and then used a insulated metal panel system, so a really affordable system, and then put the juice into this nice social area, which is actually the only triple glazing in New Orleans, is that little glass box, which is the big social area that everybody hangs out in. Obviously, we can use really old technologies for blocking the sun and not the view. The good Louisiana Louvre, and as you can see here, it looks like a typical building in New Orleans where some of the slats got knocked out and replaced with the wrong size. That's part of the charm. And we take those technologies, and then we can make a building that is 62% glass on a southwest facade that has the summertime solar gain of a building that's only 18% window wall ratio. So again, it's a really old, stupid idea, but we can apply it in modern ways. Operable windows when we can get them, and I've died on this hill a few times, but this is a 9-story office building and mixed-use building in Charlottesville, where in the middle of COVID, they said, we're kind of worried about renting this building out because we're getting all these questions about health. They said, oh, don't worry, you've got MERV 13 filters, you've got very high airflow, you've got this and that. And you used to have operable windows in the design, but you VE'd them out. And they said, well, what is that going to add to the budget to add those operable windows back in? And they said 1% of the total building cost. And so they did that, and this building was fully leased out the day it opened. And so this is Patrick Deveau's comment that there's a flight to quality, that people at the top will pay for those premiums. Facades obviously can be about connecting indoors and out. This is that Vaughn building for Georgia Tech at the ground floor where we have the floor-to-ceiling glass that's protected by an overhang, going up higher, the ones with the brise soleil. Now, how do we apply these ideas to Tech Square 3? So to summarize, it's a 400,000 square foot building for Georgia Tech, substantial completion next month or 6 weeks from now, 18 stories and a 1-story partial basement. The program is academic classrooms, meetings, offices, retail, cafe. Yes, there's a Whataburger or something like that going in. Operable windows at some of the common spaces, occupiable roof terraces, energy use intensity, or EUI, as the folks like to say, EUI 24. The Canadian living building is an EUI 18. So this is a conventional office tower with a VAV mechanical system that's at EUI 24. It's on track for being platinum. It's all electric. It captures 2/3 of the water it uses for toilet filling and cooling tower use from its roof, holds onto it as part of its storm detention system and reuses it. And it's grid enabled, so it can move its demand according to when is the grid most expensive and when is the grid the highest in carbon. And we use low carbon concrete in this structure. So a study had been done. We competed for this project against 17 international teams. And this was what the study had proposed. And we pointed out that that was only going to be at about 33% daylit. And we said, well, we could make it worse. We could make it like the Aon Center. We could make it 25%. This is the developer special. But what if we, take our scissors, cut it, slide it, pull it apart, and give some differentiation. This is a university project. It's donor-driven. There's 2 wealthy families. They each want a tower they can point to with their name on it, so that we obliged. Then we, try to mark entry clearly, and so on. That was in the interview. This is where we are landed. There's Whataburger and a grab-and-go food place. There's a kind of front porch thing I'll show you some renderings on, Tech Square Commons. Then we have 2 floors of classrooms. And then a landscape terrace, a little gasket, where there's some other collaborative areas. The School of Systems Engineering, the School of Business, a conference center called the Tech Summit at the top, and then a little gasket between them where the president of the university said, I know it makes more sense to take a whole floor plate, but I want to force these 2 departments to actually talk to each other, so I want you to stack them vertically and put the coffee pot only at the middle. And so that's been fun. So, the key ideas here, these tubes, no more than 60-foot wide towers, they're sliding past each other, holding some space for a future residential building, a bosque of trees. The zoning here is the FAR 5. They're not restrained by that zoning, but that is what this project is. And if they have residential components, FAR 7. So being a good citizen, you can live with those same rules. But what you'll see here is that this tower has the majority of the glass all facing south and north, like God intended. And we minimize the amount of glass facing east and west, where your solar gain is going to be a problem, and so on. And getting to 70% spatial daylight autonomy, or 75 would be sort of the gold standard. So this is at that crossing of Spring and 5th. The north tower is smooth. It's SSG, bird's head glass, horizontal rhythm, 5 foot clear, 5 foot opaque. Overall window ratio just 30%. The south tower is kind of like, we have smooth peanut butter, we have chunky peanut butter. So we've got chunky, lots of texture to look at right where it's on the street. Overall window ratio, a little more generous there in the south, 38% with this nice ribbon. And you've got these landscape towers going on. And then the ground level clear, because it's pulled back, the building itself is providing most of the shading. So this is what will look like along 5th. You can see this big crowd where we're trying to get the students to not take elevators and to just make such an inviting stair that they'll get to all the classes on levels 2 and 3 via the stairs. So you can see this is entry at the end near Spring Street. At the other end, where you're getting close to that bosque of trees, these are sort of nano-wall-like, actually a more affordable local variant thereof, of a wall that can disappear on those days, and they do happen in Atlanta when the weather is amazing. Now, what we said when we started designing this, we designed it a bit like that project I talked about in Charlottesville, where we had R20, R21 walls, and then a restrained window wall ratio with high performance glazing. And, but there was such interest interest, let's say, out of curtain wall makers in 2021, 2022, when we're in schematic design, that curtain wall makers said, we can come in and undercut a site-built facade, even modular, off-site, fabricated and craned into place by $2 million on this cost of this $116 million original budget. So it was a very compelling case to do curtain wall. We said, can you meet this thermal performance of, let's say, at least the Convenor 1600 UT, ultra-thermal, because we want this building to really perform well thermally. And they said, yes, we can. And they said, would you like our ideas about how you might do that? And they said, no, we would not. And so they went forward and did a lot of simulations with frame and woofy and so on. But you'll see this, that on the north tower, the spandrel sections of the durable secret curtain walls, we put R13 insulation in them, and it turns out they're like R4 because of all the thermal bridging, even with good thermal breaks. But we're achieving an R26 on the north tower, an R20 on the south tower where there's all the fiddly bits, and the code requirement would have been the equivalent of R12 for an opaque wall, and then a good performing vision section. And so how we're doing that is just this idea of we're actually the clever way, and there's some beautiful, beautiful curtain wall sections in the next room over where it's like 2 layers of spacers and this and that, and they're made of unobtainium and so on. This is a really vanilla thermal break, and then in a big, dumb, kind of clever way, it's just wrapped with fiberglass insulation. And they did all of the simulations to check condensation and all the other issues. We get to this level of thermal performance. And then they're doing those simulations at all the conditions, even when there's fins and so on. And this is what it looks like. I was up there this morning giving a tour, and so there it is. It's just dumb fiberglass wrapped behind everything. So yes, a reasonable, affordable, simple thermal break with this kind of brute force technique behind, because again, a lot of the wall is opaque, so make that be a good wall, and no excuses wall. Now, the interesting thing is how filled with daylight. This is, not white ceilings, not white floors, but the spaces are just flooded with daylight. And you can achieve this with moderate window wall ratios. And so you're seeing here, daylight, SDA, the glazing orientation, and the total energy use intensity EUI of 24 compared to a typical Manhattan office tower at 93. Obviously, an issue of great concern that we all have here these days is the carbon footprint of the construction. It was really heartening to see that presentation from the gentleman from Cosentino talking about the carbon footprint of their facade systems. And so if you have, how many people here have played with a tool called Kaleidoscope? It's from Payette. It's so easy, it's kind of embarrassing. What they have done is run tally carbon footprint simulations on lots of different facade systems. Now, this is not going to be the carbon footprint of your system. This class of systems averages around this. Once you know that, you can't unknow it, and then you can work with your vendor to do it. So in the case of Tech Square 3, we were working with Crowne and Gardner Metal Systems and Malcomb, doing these simulations and carbon footprint analyses and so on, trying to optimize that. But it is a huge range, and the more we get to lower carbon concrete, which is where we put most of our effort, now what we find is that this is a facades conference. They should be very happy. I'm arguing that buildings should have more facade, right? And Tech Square 3 is kind of in the middle between my two examples of that old GM building and the SAT Ion building. It's about right in the middle of the facade area to enclosed area. But if we're going to increase the amount of facade per unit floor area, then the carbon footprint of the facade matters even more. And so that's kind of the next frontier, because in fact, when I look at it this way, this is the sort of everything together: energy, daylight, glazing, embodied carbon, land use, and potable water consumption. This is a simulation of the total carbon emissions, the cumulative carbon emissions of this project. And what you'll see, because it's an all-electric building and Georgia Tech's grid continues to decarbonize no matter how many data centers they build, what's happening is that we're kind of 50 years out before the emitted carbon by the grid is equal in magnitude to the emitted carbon of building this building. So if we're concerned about the environment, we're concerned about climate change, as we make our buildings all electric and tunable and so on, then it just means that more and more of our focus is going to be on the embodied carbon rather than just the energy performance and the thermal performance. This little dashy line here is for clients, like many universities, are committing to 24/7 clean power, because more and more clean power is coming on the grid, mix of wind, water, and solar. It is the cheapest form of electricity that has yet been made nationally and certainly internationally. And so as institutions and clients commit to that, that just doubles it down, that basically almost all the carbon associated with this building will be the day it got built. So that's the work ahead, right? Is making buildings that are great for users, that are comfortable to be in, that are affordable to operate, and lower carbon. So, the takeaway for me is just a simple message. Modern facades, we can apply a lot of great tech, but sometimes we make our job the easiest if we just use the oldest lessons. Be judicious in how much, window glazing or, how much vision area really is there. Do massings that make it easier to daylight spaces, and so on. And occasionally, sometimes we win the battle and get a few operable windows. So, with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Z. Again, great to see more examples in Atlanta of wonderful buildings and the use of clever facade examples. Our next speaker is Chris Norris, Principal Technical Director of VPL Enclosure. He gives a talk on simplifying the complex. So please welcome Chris.
Thank you. Yes, my discussion is a little bit about how do we make these facades we've all been talking about, but in the most cost-effective way we can. So taking what the architect's vision is and then translating that as a consultant into a functional, practical, working enclosure. So I've got a few slides on this, but I want to talk first of all, what is the role of an enclosure consultant on a project? What do we do? What do we not do? What should we do? And talk a little bit about understanding what the objectives of a project are. And then finally, I've got a few case studies I want to talk through, kind of showing how we took a project from architect's vision through to functional, practical, constructive project. So what's the role of building enclosure consultant? You can see here I've got this image of Invisible Man, and that's kind of how we feel oftentimes, and what we are on a project as an enclosure consultant. Because if I do my job well, then you shouldn't see what I've done. The exterior enclosure of a building is the expression of the building. I'm an engineer, so you don't want an engineer deciding what the building should look like. You want an engineer helping make the building work. So my job as an engineer, as an enclosure consultant, is to understand the architectural intent of the facade. So working collaboratively with the architect, with the project stakeholders, understanding what things are key, non-negotiable elements that have to happen, what things are negotiable that we can flex and play with, to maybe use an alternate system, maybe get something in budget. So once again, to understand the architecture, then my job is to figure out what are some appropriate systems and materials that may work. So part of that takes an understanding of the local market you're working in. So who are the subtrades locally that can do these things? What are the materials and systems you can get that are practical and buildable? Then I have to apply building science fundamentals. So I've got to understand, I would say, any project we have, I always have to start to understand what's inside the building, what's going on inside, what's going on outside. So what's my temperature, my heat, humidity, inside, occupancy conditions, what temperatures do I need to maintain, and what's my weather conditions outside, is it a high rise or a low rise, and what are my cladding pressures, all these things I have to understand the science of how this building, how does it build enclosure is going to work. Once I've done all that, then I can start to sit down with the design team, and oftentimes design and construction team, and start working out functional enclosure details. And again, the objective of that is minimum change in the architectural intent. So what's the intent? How do we translate that into a functional working building? So to sum up, like I said, my work, I've done it right, you shouldn't see what I've done. If I've done it wrong, you'll see what I've done because the building doesn't work and we don't want that. So I've got a couple of case studies I want to kind of walk through. The first one is right here in Atlanta. This is a job just outside Kramer, close to our office by Crowne Mall. And what I'm going to talk about in particular is what the architect referred to as the curtain wall jacket detail. So you can see in this job how the curtain wall extends, kind of projects horizontally past the building, projects vertically above the building. So we're looking for this aesthetic of a continuous wall. Of course, structurally, that's a little bit of a challenge. Enclosure-wise, that's a little bit of a challenge. There's some things you have to work out to make that work. So again, I've shown here just a little bit closer view of it. Again, you can see the jacket kind of projecting beyond the building. So what are the fundamental factors I need to look at on this? My rainwater management, so where's my exterior enclosure of the building? Where am I keeping rain out? Where am I keeping air in? How am I going to support that little piece that extends beyond? How's it going to be built? And what's the cost going to be? So you're looking at this little image here that's a little snippet of the floor plan right at the corner of that building. So the first thing I do when I'm looking at these details is I draw where is my dry line of the building, where's my air water barrier line want to go. And you see right away that blue line wants to cut through that fin that extends beyond. So I need to break the system there, but I need to maintain the illusion of continuity. Even if I've broken a system for air and water and thermal, when somebody's standing in the street looking at the building, it needs to look like it's a continuous system like the architect had intended. So here I've got, there's a plan view looking down on some of the shop floor details of how we actually accomplish this. So you're looking at the outside corner of the building is on the right of this image. And item 1 that I've labeled there in the corner is a structured glazed corner. And the reason that corner is structured glazed is to give a minimum sight line so you don't see a big corner, so we give that illusion of continuity. You can see item 2 I'm pointing out, we've broken the system there, and we've got a small gap. Now to create that small gap, what I've had to do is work with, in this case, the curtain wall manufacturer's example we worked with on this. We've had to work with them to create a custom mullion, which is number 3. You see that custom mullion has a little angle to it, so it follows the profile of the building, so I keep that gap quite tight without having to pull it out. And then at the other end of the system, we'll get to that in a minute, but I've got another extrusion at the other end and a fin on that end, giving the architectural aesthetic that the architect is looking for. If you look at the corner of the building, what you'll see, that's another thing about this building, and what I try to do a lot of projects I work on, is you want to use stock systems and cost-effective systems as much as you possibly can. So you can see that's actually a very typical stick-built I-beam curtain wall system for about 90% of the building, and just some of these architectural elements we're doing different things with. So the image I was showing you a second ago was a division glass. Now we're looking at the same detail, but at the spandrels. So what we've done at the corner, you can see the concrete column there at the corner. We've got a tube steel coming off the column because, of course, that fin that extends, we need something to support that fin, right? So I've got a tube steel coming out that penetrates the system. I've got a little piece of metal panel there that it penetrates so I can flash it and waterproof it. I've got, so that's my outriggers, and then the outrigger has clips coming off the outrigger which pick up the curtain wall. You can see item 2 I've labeled there is the connections of the connections back to that curtain wall. Item 1 is the outrigger. So Now, if I keep walking through that detail, I get to the beauty cap at the end of this thing. You see a couple of things. This piece that's hanging out there beyond the building, if you look at the component and cladding pressure diagram of this building, it's seen quite a bit of wind load on that element. So, and I've got a lot of torque going on with that big beauty cap that's coming beyond that. So what we've had to do, if you look at item 3, that mullion is reinforced. We've got aluminum plate inside of that mullion reinforcing it. And then if you look at item 2, which I think is another really important thing to think about when you do these details, is this beauty cap on the outside is actually mechanically fastened. I've seen this on another job where I had an investigation where we had big beauty caps like this that were falling off the building. What had happened is there was a thermally broken system, and the curtain wall manufacturer decided to take these big fins and done a friction fit fin. Well, friction fit is great until it's not. And these big fins were falling off the building, and there's actually an hospital. And fortunately, there was a low roof that we were falling onto, otherwise it would be falling onto people. So whenever I see these big extrusions, these big beauty caps coming off the buildings, I'm always looking at how we're making sure that beauty cap is going to stay where we want it to be. So you can see there's well, hopefully you can see that image. There's the nose of the curtain wall mullion. There's a little clip comes off that. There's 2 screws back in there to fasten everything. And the glass is structure relates back to that. So that is the finished building, some photographs of it. So you can see that jacket condition coming across, and on the far right is a close-up of the jacket. If you look closely, you can see the outriggers on the right-hand side of that. So that's what the finished building looks like. And similarly, if you look at the top of this building where the jacket extends beyond, I don't have all the details on the slide deck for this, where the jacket extends beyond, it actually, again, we broke the curtain wall again. And inboard of that, there's structural steel supporting that glass, and it's nothing more than a screen wall. So if you look at, you can see the scuppers come through the curtain wall. From that line of the scupper on above, that's not even part of the curtain wall itself. The building is capped and with structurally glazed bottom piece of glass, very low profile parapet. So when you're looking up from the ground, it looks like one continuous piece, but thermally air and water with broken ash to function how we want it to function. So the next example I have for you, this is a relatively small project. It's a little kind of a skylight detail on a student center at Drexel University up in Philadelphia. So when the architect came to me, and we actually had a consultant for this whole renovation of the landscape plaza. We did the waterproof and everything. And they wanted to put this glass cylinder entrance feature. It's actually dining hall below there. So it sounds pretty simple. I said, hey, we want a glass cylinder with a glass roof. It's about roughly about 32 feet wide. I think it's about 20 feet tall. I'm like, okay. So that's what we want to do. The trick to it, as we found out, is they wanted to have no secondary steel structure, and the intent was to have the curtain wall be the structure for the building, which of course, an aluminum curtain wall, that's not how it works, right? An aluminum curtain wall is supported by secondary structure. It is not the load-bearing structure, and it can't take all the loads that a load-bearing structure needs to take. So that's okay. That's a challenge. That's what we like. So initially, when I was presented with this challenge, the first thing you think about is, okay, how do you usually do something like this? I'm showing a picture of a typical type of structure. We've got a secondary steel structure inside, taking the gravity loads, taking the wind loads, and the curtain wall mullions are anchored to that steel structure. In this case, that's not what the architect wants. My job as an enclosure consultant and a structural engineer is to figure out, okay, how are we going to get what you want, Mr. Architect, using systems that exist, hopefully more or less off the shelf, not having to create a bunch of little new custom things. How am I going to put those pieces together? So structural challenges, like I said, we can't have a secondary structure, and the other rules of the game here can't have any cross bracing. So usually, as an engineer, if I'm trying to get some lateral stability in a structure, how do I do it? I put cross bracing in my structure. So I'm not allowed any cross bracing. I'm not allowed any secondary structure that isn't part of the equipment. So what I kind of came up with, the vision of the solution is, okay, if we make a movement frame, the movement frame is rigid, that can take my lateral loads, and now if I glaze my curtain wall to that movement frame, then I can make this work. Of course, the movement frame, you can't make that out of aluminum, at least not out of aluminum curtain wall moldings. So what we came up with is a tube steel portal frame, and if you look at the corners A and C, our full penetration welds in that tube steel give us a structural connection that can take the lateral load. And then we took an aluminum veneer, so if you think about just the front part of the mullion, we took the front part of that curtain wall mullion and fastened it to steel and glazed the glass to that. So what you're getting for the architect is what they've envisioned. What I'm getting as a structural engineer is a structure that's going to stand up and fall down, which is also important. So here we're looking at a picture of view from the inside of that structure. And it's all of vertical horizontal connections, like I said, are full penetration welds. We actually have 15 movement frames. Of course, when you think about those 15 movement frames, now you've got a problem that they all have to meet in the middle of the roof, and that's not possible. So what we had to do in the middle of the roof is we had to put a compression ring. So instead of them all coming together at one point, they come together at a ring, and I'll show you a picture in a minute looking down on that. The other thing we have to think about is we need intermittent paint for the structure, for fire protection. And if you look at this, it may be a little hard to see, but there's, to the left you can kind of see it there, there's actually a piece of plate steel tap welded to the face of each one of those tubes. And the reason there's two reasons. One is the tube steel has a rounded corner. The architect wanted a more crisp look, so we tap welded that piece of steel on there. And the second thing is, if you look up, there's a fan at the top of this. We'll get to that in a minute. But the fan needs power, and I can't hide all my power lines inside of a steel structure. So there's fins that allow me to hide things behind that fin. So I apologize, I didn't have a good photo looking down on this. So this is an image from Google Earth, but this is a view looking down on the cylinder, and you can see those concentric rings. So the ring on the inside, the innermost ring, that's the compression I was telling you about. And that kind of has a peace symbol inside of it to brace the compression ring. But all of those steel frames all come to that ring, and it's all full penetration welds. The other part to this is because of the size of the pieces, this all had to be done in the field. And then final piece of the puzzle, if you think about a cylinder, if you got a flat top on a cylinder, that's not going to drain. You can't have a flat top and not drain it. So that top of that cylinder isn't actually a circle, it's a slice, it's an ellipse. So every single angle going around the cylinder is slightly different. So there's a lot of finicky coordination to make this thing work. It took a lot of coordination with the steel fabricator, with the curtain wall manufacturer, in this case, Castle. But by bringing all the parties together early and working through it, we got to this workable solution. So here I talk a little bit again about the enclosure. So we've got, like I said, it's all structurally glazed, four-sided structural in the field. We've got literally a big ass fan in there to move the air so it'll get condensation inside of that thing. And the other thing, if you look at the top, that metal band going around the top, it's more than just a transition from the horizontal to vertical. There's also the gutter. So hidden in behind that metal band is a little gutter. And if you look to, I think it's the left of the image, you can see two little downspouts coming down. That's the one thing we weren't quite successful is hiding the downspouts. So there's two downspouts are close out of the gutter. So that's my presentation. I thank you for that. But I guess the point I want to make in this is, pretty much whatever the architect wants to achieve is usually achievable with a little bit of creative thought behind it.
Big day for structural engineers today at the World of Façades conference. So just a reminder, a little bit of housekeeping, that after this session, the third session, the last of the day. We will end with snacks and socializing across the wall in the expo, so please stick around. And if you'd like a certificate of completion or your AIA credits, there'll be sign-up sheets at the end of the day over in the expo that you must sign the sheets to receive either. Our next speaker is Claeys, founding partner, Fassada Steel. He gives a speak on hybrid steel curtain walls. Welcome, Eric.
My name is Eric, and I'm coming from Europe, not from the magic big Europe, but I've been curtain walls since about more than 40 years. And I was lucky, before I started in practice, I could spend some time at school, and maybe it is important, you know this, I'm from background, I'm a civil engineer in construction. I'm a civil engineer in building physics, and I'm a master in MBA. I'm the founding chairman of the group Fassada, and we are present all over the world, in the 5 continents. We are preparing here to come to your country, Kentucky, with, I think it will be the first completely robotized factory on the planet, with a capacity of 30 million square foot per year to start with. And what we are going to do is a hybrid system. Our company is the founder of the hybrid technology. And the reason why I'm standing here is twice. Because in our business, facade contractors, they go faster bankrupt than they can start. All over the world, by the way. All over the world. Even in US, in Europe, Australia, Middle East. You don't want to know. We have a lot of shit, of course. Second reason is, do you know one business, one industrial sector, where nothing has been developed the past 50 years? My car is not the same as one I had 5 years ago, not 10 years ago. I made a study on this 20 years ago to understand what was the reason of all these bankruptcies. And there is a whole package. But one of the reasons is, listen to me well, unitized systems. There's a reason unitized systems. And I go fast over my presentation. I think I have taken a package. I'm going to try to do it a short slot of 10 minutes to speak to you about a few things. And also one of my main concerns in this business, the huge lack or loss of the fundamentals of this business. And this business about curtain walling is about 2 things. And it is a loss of building statics and loss of building physics. And sorry to say, the amount of bullshit I ever hear every day, you don't want to know. In sustainability, told you, I'm from background, building physician. What I hear, what I read, is really to laugh. And the bad thing is, everybody listens to this. Makes no sense. To start with, just to tease you a bit. A sustainable glazed building. Fuck, that's not possible. Did you never hear about the greenhouse effect? And the effect of greenhouse? That sun radiation is coming through the glass, it's affected in materials, and then it gives. It is impossible. I can prove it, I think. But I go forward, and all what we do, I go forward, all what we do is patented. 800 patents on the world, whoever tried to infringe it, I think they will still remember it for the rest of their life. I will be speaking here about steel, but we have a portfolio, a huge portfolio in our medium systems, but here we are presenting steel, and you will understand why. In steel, we have a global partner, Montage is the #1 in steel facades, and they are based in Convenor, Texas. But maybe I go fast over this. Let's make it quick. To understand here, and I hear a lot of people speaking, that's what it is about. Money. When you develop, it's money. I hear why there is no activity anymore in Atlanta and in Chicago, where I was last week. Don't say the interest rates. This is not correct. That's what we did. The main thing. That's why I'm here. I'm going to present what is a hybrid system. A hybrid technology, by the way, the name is registered, so be careful if you use it. This was developed in the 60s, in US by the way. A stick with low material cost, short fabrication time, all positive. The guy who came, but also with a lot of disadvantages. The need for skilled workers, huge challenge. Time factor, weather, long installation time, taking to another cave. And there was a smart guy in Italian, by the way, Mr. Fanzi. He's a little bit older than me. I still have my gray hair, he has no hair anymore. He developed this. Unitize from the 70s. Still used nowadays. No scaffoldings, fast. People say fast installation on site. So it is nonsense. When you have the panel layers, which you need months before in your whole lead time for the production. And why he developed this, he implemented a whole series of huge problems. And not only cost-wise, very high material cost, astronomical transport cost, at the value of 0 by the way, a high and long refinance cost. One of the reasons why most of these companies, they go bankrupt, they don't have the financial backbone to work with this, so to investors. And if I gave you a tip, by the way, I'm an investor in a film, check these guys, what is their financial balance? High storage cost, very long production time, technically difficult. That was the challenge. We started developing in 2005 from a clean sheet, and then we came to this. And this is the only system on the planet installed from inside. Having not all these advantages, but adding all it. And it's developed as we call a kind of a mesh, like from a tennis racket. Without going in detail, I will give you some numbers. Production time, I don't know if there are fabricators here. In our robotized lines, 1 minute per square foot. 1 minute per square foot. Installation of that stuff on site, 1 minute per square foot. So you have to do it is less than 1 hour per square foot. Installation time between 5 and 7 minutes per square foot. Much faster than unit times. People say it's impossible. That's because for the simple reason that they don't know what they're talking about. We have to think. Now this we developed in aluminium, we have the whole fun, but then we did the same in steel. And why in steel? For the fire resistance. And the fire resistance is key in Europe, and it will become key here as well, and with reason. For the simple reason that the function of high-rise and mid-rise buildings is totally different than in the past with commercial buildings. They should do something about it. But the standard commission they don't do, because the big companies behind, they don't have solutions for that. But we have. I have, and we will play on the insurance companies. From today on, it will come. That's what we did in steel. I don't want to speak about carbon emission, it's 10 times less. I go fast over this. I assume that you receive this. I have much more interesting things to say. The basic fundamentals. Statics. Here in the US, I'm going to show you, in the US, they're not aware about statics. You know all that test of inter-story test you have to do. The inter-story vertical test they do in Kurgan. I've never seen such a big nonsense in my whole career. And I'm 40 years in business. And I will show you why. Do you know the law of Newton, of an apple? Gravity. What's going to happen if I lose it? Falls down. Here in the United States, there are zones in the building that think it's going to float. A building is moving like this. By the way, it is a universal law. The way a building moves here is exactly the same as in South Africa, as in Tokyo, or as in London. Don't speak about standards. Standards are about buildings. When you know testing this is the reason why most of your buildings, after 3, 4, 5 years, they start leaking. Oh, I'm an expert in European Court. You don't want to know what I see here. That's a thing to be solved. And you can solve it, but in a totally different way. So as set to see curtain wall as a grid, as a mesh that moves. That's the way you have to do it. Sustainability. Mamma mia, what a buzzword. Everybody is speaking about this, yeah. What is that? Embodied. It's a discussion in the board. The operation, that's the thing to be solved. Operation carbon width is 4 times higher. How can you have a sustainable building in a glass facade? By the way, I'm a glass man. We can do this. And people have to think about the basics. That's a skin around the building. And a skin around the building is following the laws of statics and building physics. So I can use that thing to almost zero. Certificates. BREEAM Gold. Sorry, my dear people. Scandal is to put him in jail. That's the way they do it in Africa. That's the right way. Of course, we cannot do that in our high-rise buildings. Stainless steel. Corrosion. Filiform corrosion in aluminium. We solved this in a very elegant way with stainless steel developed to be used in offshore applications. We give 100 years. 100. Structured glazing. You should be out of your mind. I will explain you. Makes no sense for an investor. What's a curtain wall? A grid with infill elements. That grid is at least good for 50 years. But your glass and your infill element, 15 years, max 20. And for sure now there's an enormous evolution of technology. Even in Europe, you have to follow new regulations every year. That's what you're going to have to do in 15 years with a new building. And when you have to do this with a unitized system, you're bankrupt. If you have a solution only to replace the glass, it's peanuts money. By the way, for investors who say that it doesn't care, they're totally wrong. Because that's an asset you can sell on yield basis to your final client. That's what we do, by the way. So a curtain wall you have to see as an investment model. Forget about profiles. It's peanuts. Not important. Lead time, I spoke about. Spoke about here smart technologies. So we have there in a hybrid system. Believe me or not, when you start, we took 14 years of development. When you start developing very basically, and you come to the conclusion, when you're trying to solve one issue, that you solve 12 hours. It's very critical. Exterior claddings, GRC claddings, integrated cooling and heating, facades with bioreactor leaves generating oxygen. We all have this in our standard portfolio. And we are coming to the US. Next year, we are operational. We come to the US by robotized factories for another reason. It is a developer who deserves a good final product. And a good final product is something completely different than nice extrusions. There's a step of the fabrication, there's a step of the installation. We want a consistent quality, and you can only do this with robotized, by the way, by androids, not by robots. That's the past. What we will have, and with the consequence that the capacity will be enormous. This way we control fully the quality of the machine, and installation is still a matter of 2 years. We will do the installation by androids. So the human factor will be out. Not because we don't like it, but because our clients, they insist on it. They want a product consistent all over the year. And on top of that, it should be extremely performing. Performance, what I showed you, is from, trust me, it's from a different planet. We come from Europe, there we have insulation parameters you don't want to know. And by the way, I hear something, triple glazing. I've never seen here in US, neither in Canada, one single curtain wall system which it makes sense to install triple glazing. It makes no sense. It's like a Porsche with putting small tires. About Porsche. About the Porsche. What is this? Remember this? Where is it? No. I remember this. The best circularity is no circularity. Think about that. Also another buzzword, circularity. In construction, are we crazy or what? I'm going to compare it again with Porsche. What is the most sustainable car ever built? It's a Porsche 911. They brought it to market in 1963. Nowadays, even 74% are in use. Can you imagine? They have no circularity. You don't find them on the park. You have some brands here, electrical cars. You don't want to know, I think, what they produce. It's shit. And every year, huge parts which have to be sold. So this makes no sense. Construct in a way that you don't have that problem of circularity to use. And it's not only that's a problem solved by the people, by the human, not by the products. Did you know for clothes? And the problem is all the clothes coming from China, they have small fields that you cannot recycle them. And if we would have all t-shirts for $200 instead of $2, we won't have the problem of circularity. Do you know that? It's worthwhile to examine it. I go faster over this. About these statics. So I've never seen moving a building like that. Why the hell do we test it like that? Why the hell? The problem of a curtain wall when it starts with all these connections is when you have the moving on the slabs, and on top of that you have the differential movement between different slabs. Even different story. So stop this nonsense. But this nonsense has been introduced by factories with problems with manufacturing system houses, and they don't have solutions for that. Now to tell you, we do testing following the rules, and additionally we do all the testing which are for me crucial to give comfort to my client. Plannings, I heard here, fully agree. I don't know if you knew that when you have a smart solution with shading systems, that you can reduce your cooling capacity by more than 50% by zero. Here in the US, the energy cost is not a big issue, but I can tell you in Europe and in other countries, it's killing them. It's killing. So this for us, this is key. I don't know if you know people here about this, smart glazing. I call that glass with kickers, for sure the future. We have the monopoly global without kickers to the curb. What is this? Fire resistance. We solved this. This is the standard solution for us to avoid this. Without sprinklers. I have standard solution, we developed standard solution, that we don't need sprinklers anymore. Remember what I said at the very beginning? It's all about money. I go to an investor. You want this? You have to take this. Is there an alternative? No. There is no alternative. Because you need steel curtain wall. And what's available on the market, you cannot use in mid-ice or high. The thinker, Rodin. First you think and then we build. And this is our mascot. We will launch shortly. And we launched the book, people who want this. We launched the book today on the press. It will be in an old school book, 300 pages thick, about the shift of hybrid manufacturing. It's a book, why everything has to be re-examined and we do. So we did the job that others didn't do the past 50 years. And no doubt, that stuff will become a standard also in your market. And not because I want to. It's about this. You cannot compete here. It's a must. You can squeeze. You know, it's reasonable. We examined engineered solutions which allows it to make the hyper competitive and to take, I think, this beyond at least 10, 15 years ahead. Thank you for your attention.
Alright, before we have our next guest, I'm going to invite everybody to stand up for a minute, if you would, please. Everybody, you can do it. So y'all walk in. We have one more speaker, and then we're going to have a panel, so we're just going to shake it out a little. There's 2 more sessions to go. There you go. Everyone's awake back there, I saw you. The tiramisu coursing through your veins. All right, so now let's welcome to the stage Sundar, business manager, Lumaflan Resins, AGC Chemicals Americas, environmental friendly FEVE, fluoropolymer resins, and powder coatings. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sundar. I'm the business manager for the Lumaflan product line. I feel a little bit tense. I'm not an architect. I'm a polymer scientist. I'll talk chemistry a little bit to architects. My talk today is environmentally friendly FEV fluoropolymers for powder coatings. I'm like 2 talks before the happy hour, so again, some trepidation. Why should you care about powder coatings and FEV resins? Seriously, why should you care so much? When you make a building, right, you protect that building with a facade, with a curtain wall, correct? The curtain wall and the facade does 2 things: aesthetics, as in how it looks, color, etc., shape, etc., and it protects the inside of the building from the exterior element, the macro environment outside. It protects the building. My question to you, sirs and ladies and gentlemen, is what protects a facade? So today, I will talk to you about FEV fluoropolymers and powder coatings. This is the structure of our material. FEVE means fluoroethylene vinyl ether. The fluorinated part gives you weatherability, durability, chemical resistance. Weatherability has to be important because the sun is always outside. So in your macro environment, your material, your facades, coating or covering sees the sunlight all the time. If you want your facade protection to last a long time, that material has to be very stable in the UV environment. The visible spectrum that we know is out there. What's shorter wavelength for the visible spectrum is what really starts degrading organic material. If you think of a microwave, it's all the way to the short side. So the material after time will start getting attacked by the sunlight. You cleave a bond, and eventually the polymer breaks down. And over time, the gloss goes away, and then you have penetration through the coating because the coating has cracks in it. Your environment has water, has electrolytes, salt, air, etc., and oxygen. That gets through your coatings, goes to your substrate, and starts corroding your substrate. It could be aluminum, it could be iron, it could be inner metal. The thing is, when you make aluminum or you make iron, you take ore out of the ground, you heat it to make your metal. That metal wants to go back to the oxidized state, and you have to protect it. The vinyl ether part, you're going to use fluoropolymers, doesn't have the same level of bendability or gloss, etc. So the vinyl ether part gives you gloss, appearance, solubility, processability, cross-linking. The ability to cross-link gives you that protection. So for the features for powder coatings is outstanding UV resistance. You're always going to have sun. Buildings are in the south part of the country has a lot more sunlight. In the north part of the country, even on the coast, you also see a lot of environment. There's moisture there. It gives you finishes that is flat or matte to semi-gloss or high gloss. I mentioned corrosion resistance because you want stuff to protect your substrate. If you don't protect the metal underneath in time, you will have a structural issue. Our material can be field applied and factory applied. That means that they can paint the extruded aluminum in a factory, but if you also put it in a building and you have to touch it up, the material can also do that. So the benefits are long-term gloss and color retention, no chalking. Chalking is a way when you rub the material, you see stuff coming off your hand, that's degradation, right? There's no chalking. It meets AMA 2605 standards, which you know very well. And like I said, it's good for new construction as well as new implementation. Why am I talking about powder coatings? So you're aware of two kinds of coatings. Liquid coating, which you buy in the can, and powder coatings. The one when you buy in the can, you buy the pan, you stick a brush in there, you paint on the wall. And then you wait, it's got to dry. As it dries, it cures, but that solvent is evaporating. That goes into the atmosphere. With powder coating, you spray it onto a metal part. The electrostatic attraction of that part, powder gets on, wraps on the metal part, it actually goes around and back. So any irregular shape is very well coated with a powder coating system. The recyclability of this is very, very high. So your paint coverage is very high. With a liquid system, you spray it with a lot of overspray. In our system, because it's cross-linked, you have high scratch and mar resistance. No primer is required, and you have a good full range of loss possibility, and you also cure it with lower temperatures. Why this is important is that temperature is also something that consumes energy, which we'll talk about later, because of greenhouse gas effects. Characteristics, I mentioned some of these before, is in AMA 2605, no solvent and powder coatings, zero VOC, so volatile organic components. We can put various kinds of pigments in that, so you can have the metallic effects, etc. Excellent weatherability, and you put powder coatings on in one coat. And then for our system, the top coat, you can have a 3-year or so life of the product. And again, this goes back to what protects your facade, what protects your coat. In the life cycle cost analysis, if you were painting every 3 or 5 years, as opposed to every 20 years, you're paying for the paint, material, labor, setup costs, etc. So all of that material is energy, is cost, right? If you paint twice as long, the cost level is lower. There's a certain component that goes into the coating cost, which is about 10% or so, 15% or so, maybe 20, but that goes to the life cycle cost analysis. And then also, since you're painting less frequency, you're using less paint. So that also drives the cost. And then because the powder coatings, the transfer efficiency is so high, you have less risk. If you compare that to like a liquid system, our system goes on with a high transfer efficiency, which means a lot more paint goes onto the part. We can go higher film thickness, so which means that it has more metal, more organic coating to degrade before you get to the surface. The cure temperature is lower, and the same cure time. So you can see on the plot on the right that there is a paint and there is a coating process that consumes some of the CO2 here. On the right-hand side, there's two materials, new solvent, and then the solvent is what's driving that carbon footprint process. The carbon footprint process here, again, I saw transfer efficiency, so high transfer efficiency, no solvent, lower temperatures, all give you a higher carbon footprint rating, which is what we're looking for from an environmental perspective. So, kind of summarizing the first half of this talk is that with our material, you can hit AMA 2605. You can do aluminum windows, you can do curtain walls, you can do light poles, you can do shutters, you can do railings, flagpoles, and CMC. So that's the first half of my talk, where I'm telling you what the chemistry is, what it does, why you should care. You're architects, you won't even see the stuff and light it when you're staying in the building. So the next half of my talk, I'll show some examples of buildings where they're actually using powder coatings. At the end of my talk, I'm going to show you about 12 buildings which use FEP powder coatings in our space that you can recognize locally. So this is the Steinway Tower in New York City, 57th Street. It's called Steinway because I think they built it over some other historical building. This, like I said, 57th Street is painted by IFF Powder. It started in 2015, finished in 2021-22 timeframe, 84 floors. The unique thing about this building is a 24:1 height to width ratio, so it's very thin and high building. This is a apartment building in California, in San Francisco. It's the Folsom apartment building. It's a residential building. You can see the front of that, the shapes are very irregular. That's where powder coating works really, really well because the shape is irregular. The wraparound effect of the electrostatics for powder coating works really, really well. This is in New York City, in Midtown Manhattan, a little north of Grand Central. This was painted by a paint manufacturer, which is our customer, Zak The first two are IFS powder coatings. This is a 543 type structure on Park Avenue, and it's actually an office building very close to Midtown. It's a 38, it's I think 30 something or so floors. This is the Uber building, again in San Francisco. This building actually has a lot of glass. It's two buildings together. It's connected one to the other with a bridge. And so the designers, they wanted to have a lot of glass, a lot of light, a lot of transparency. And the supporting features here are the aluminum, which are powder coated to support that. This one is the Olympia building in New York City. It's actually in Brooklyn, very close to the Brooklyn Bridge. It's a condo, I think 38 floors or so. This is painted by IFS powder coatings. This is PNC Tower in Philadelphia. If you're going to be in Philadelphia, this is Pittsburgh. If you're going to be in that area, PPG is the coating manufacturer that you're going to be using. This building actually, they highlight that it has a double wall facade, and there's actually features for having air flowing through to mitigate the temperature, so it's climate control because of natural airflow. This is the Chicago Yards. This is the Bulletin newspaper building. It's actually a rehab building, so the newspaper is not there anymore. It's taken by some company, but they've redone the building, redone the framework, and put bigger windows just for sunlight and for good effects for outdoors, exposure, etc. And then this last building I'll talk about, this is in Canada. This is the 85 building. Again, this building has muted colors, muted aluminum cladding, has high windows. Again, exposes people inside and outside to the weather, to the outdoors, etc. So I'd like to wrap up. Let me go back. At least we have a building to look at. I'd like to wrap up. I know it's a couple minutes before we end your happy hour. You haven't really seen photopolymers that much at the top. You really see it a lot in this kind of space. So what I'd like you to consider is that the thing that protects your facade is a coating. That coating has to be of high integrity, has to not make moisture, oxygen, and electrolytes penetrate through it. So you want to have a coating that is durable. If it's outdoors, sunlight's going to hit it. The sunlight's going to degrade it. Right? So you want to have a system that's durable to UV exposure comes from sunlight. Right? So penetrate it. But you're not going to put anything on your facade. You spend a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of money putting a building up. So you want to at least coat it with something that's going to last a long time, going to look good, going to have structural integrity, going to have aesthetic values, going to have matte finishes, going to have various color effects, etc. So I would like you to take this away as a leading message, right? That the thing that you want to protect your facade, your curtain wall, etc. with is a unique coating that will last a test of time. So hopefully you've processed some of this, I guess. Maybe there's a unique value proposition for you, but the unique value proposition we bring is that the materials that we have last a long time. They are very stable, very durable outside, outdoors. Because of that, they leave you with a very high finish gloss. Because of that high finish gloss, as in gloss retention, it means that the coating itself is not cracking. If it's not cracking, it doesn't allow moisture to get through. If moisture doesn't get through to get the oxygen and electrolytes, if you're East Coast, West Coast, you have a higher chance of having the structural integrity of the building that you work so hard to build last. And the neat part of that, you can do a very good looking coat. With that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Raj. All right, we're going to get set up here for our last panel of the day. While we get set up, I'll tell you a quick story. As I was talking to my wife about preparing to lead this, she said I should try to endear myself to the audience by telling a joke about curtain walls. I said there's going to be a whole bunch of smart people in this audience. If I try to endear myself by telling you about curtain wall, they're going to see right through it. All right, I got a few laughs. Good. Good. I was workshopping that all during lunch, so I'm glad that it hits. All right, our second panel is going to be moderated by Joshua G. Gaspin, Principal Sustainable Design Director at Lord X Sargent. The panel's title is Sealing the Envelope to Battle Atlanta's Heat and Moisture. And as a reminder, after this, we will be closing, and there will be snacks and more socializing over the expo. And again, if you'd like a certificate of completion or AIA credit, there'll be sign-up sheets at the end of the day over in the expo. So we will now welcome our panel to the stage. They might start anyway. I need to keep vamping? All right, I'll keep vamping. All right. With so many people here, I'd like to do some quick crowdsourcing of some information. A lot of people here, lots of good ideas. So Penn State plays Oregon this weekend. It's a 3-point favorite. Would anybody take Penn State? Give the points? No? No gamblers in the audience? Oh! You would take Penn State? All right, there you go. That's a crowdsourcing of one. It's not a big data set, but it is something. So at the end of the session, we're going to have our goodbye notes by Susan, but I'd just like to take this time while I continue to vamp. It's been a pleasure chatting with all of you. Really impressive, the things that we've seen up on here on stage, the variety that we've seen. Again, very proud of all the structural engineers that spoke and everything that was very structural specific. Coming into this, I wasn't sure what to expect. This is the first facade conference I've attended, but just the variety of things. And again, the number of different projects in Atlanta that they've shown, spread throughout the city, where we're doing interesting and innovative things versus years past where everything was brick, everything was concrete. Seeing those different materials and seeing that it's different applications. I think it speaks well to our city, the future of our city, and it being a destination for people and companies. And hopefully that's enough vamp. It is, all right. So, once again, moderator Joshua G. Gaspin, Principal Sustainable Design Director at Lord X Sargent, leading a panel on sealing the envelope to battle Atlanta's heat and moisture. Welcome to the stage, moderator and panelists.
Thank you everybody for being here. Thanks for coming. I wanted to let everybody introduce themselves in just a second, but wanted to first make sure that everybody understands, right? So we've got designers, we've got architects, sometimes the same things, sometimes not. We have contractors, we have folks that are specializing in the building envelope as well as folks that test it. We want to make sure that we think through all of these pieces of puzzles, everybody needs to work together to make sure we create a comprehensive and effective problem. We're certainly going to talk about a lot of things, trusting on a number of points, but we want to make sure that we start to think about things including healthy materials, right? What are we building? That includes facades. We're building those facades. We want to make sure, I can hear myself. We want to make sure that we're thinking about balancing other components that go into a facade. That includes things like embodied carbon. It includes the longevity of a project. It includes the cost of the project. And making sure that we're keeping all of these items in balance. I will say, I heard myself being introduced when I walked in, but I want to make sure that you know, have a chance to introduce yourself. So I'm going to start on the end with Matt.
Thank you, Joshua. Hello, my name is Matt Williams. I work for Skanska USA Building. I've been there almost 20 years in April. So it's been my home for my entire career. I had the opportunity to work with Josh in a professional setting, and I'm excited to be here today.
I'm the Director of Sustainability Integrations with Brooke. We are at Busiest, continuously running architectural work in the US. We also have engineering in-house and really pride ourselves on being an integrated design firm.
All right, hi. I am Emily Fulton. I am the Building Enclosure Project Manager with Eskew Collaborative. We do third-party enclosure consulting as well as green building consulting.
Yep, and Mickey Lesso, Epstein Group, Building Enclosure Department Manager. I've worked in all sorts of avenues within this industry, from forensics, assessments, investigations, to consulting, commissioning on new construction.
All right, excellent. want to start with, here, now I'm going to sit down. I'm going to start with an important question about what it means to build a facade, right? When we start to think about what we're building a facade for, right? It's to keep out the elements and to create comfort for the people on the inside. And I think the biggest challenge that I didn't do, start our PowerPoint. Okay, apologies. So we want to make sure that we're considering all these things. We start to think about what a facade needs to do, what it can do, right? It wants to and should let in a certain amount of light, right? We don't want to build bunkers where people are uncomfortable. We want to connect people on the outside, connect them to nature. On the other hand, we also need to make sure we don't let in things like vapor, water vapor, which comes through infiltration. We don't want to let in water. We don't want to let in energy in the form of heat or from bridging. And so I think it's really key to finding the balance between all these things plus cost, as I noted a minute ago. The hardest part about all of this, though, is making sure that it all comes together as one package and it all gets built correctly. It's a really important side to this. Designing it is one thing, and actually getting it in the field is another. So I want to start with the question, probably more than one of the folks up here would want to answer, which is what role do owners play in the creation of high-performance facades and buildings? Let's start with Marilyn. You have Asian.
Okay. I just reflecting on, there's been a couple of great sessions that have touched on this already today, and there was a really great example given by Patrick earlier of a designer making a decision that was cost-effective with intent and best interest of the owner in mind. Unfortunately, it was a front of house space, and in construction, the owner walked by the space and really didn't like the way it was looking. And I think just reflecting on that, it's unfortunately a really easy situation to have, even if some of the details are a little different. We often don't know what we don't like until maybe we see it, and owners are human too, and I think that's definitely the case. And what we see a lot is we get very prescriptive performance requirements or durability requirements or cost requirements, but the aesthetic is a little bit harder to nail down, and we don't always get as specific feedback or kind of upfront expectations as maybe would be helpful. And so being able to kind of pull that out and show as many examples and as many visuals to kind of get to where there's alignment is, I think, really key.
Yeah, I think another thing that an owner can really make a big difference on a project is just set an expectation for quality and drive that home across all parties of the project and say, we want to do this right the first time. We don't want to have to fix it or do rework on the project that's going to delay the schedule, it's going to cost money. But also there's other interesting facts that we've learned over the years. The majority of job site injuries occur during rework or repair of a construction that wasn't built right the first time. So it affects safety, worker safety as well.
So that's a pretty good segue into a question about what design teams, owner teams, and construction teams can do to ensure that facades are built correctly the first time, and what that might mean in terms of either design documents or in terms of testing or in terms of the construction process. And I think actually all four of you probably
I think something that's very important about making sure that things are done correctly in the field is having, I've seen it on a few of these panels or a few of these sessions, is an enclosure mock-up. And working through all the details together, everyone is in one spot and being able to work through every single piece. And then also being able to be a testable mock-up is also very important to make sure all the pieces that you want to fit together actually do work and fit together.
Yeah, and a lot of it is delegated design, right? We have these fancy brick wall systems or insulated metal panel systems. There are different shop drawing packages coming from different designers. And we sometimes lose that collaboration that we on the design side may participate in when when it gets to the construction team. And I've seen some contractors that are really good at bringing those trades together to actually have shop drawing involved in design meetings. They can actually compare and contrast, okay, this is how our system terminates into somebody else's system. They can compare, oh, that's not going to work, we can't connect through your system to our structural member, or whatever the conflict ends up being, and you can work that out before you submit the shop drawings for review, or before you get to the mock-up.
I agree. I would just add that all of that is wonderful and an important part of the process, as long as it's thought about in time to actually execute. We oftentimes run into situations where it starts with a budget problem, which turns into a substitution, which turns into it's not exactly as it was designed, from SD to DD, even C design evolution. You don't have enough time to ferret out what those real changes are going to be for some of those products to make it substitute. So seeing it in place early enough in a mock-up to where you can do all the things you guys want to say, I think is invaluable to allowing those that aren't really going to care what you're on each other. They're going to put their hands on it, actually put it in place, allow them to see how it's going to work. It helps them to understand the goals and aspects of the design they're trying to achieve.
Yeah, because take a stick-built storefront system. If you actually look at an installation guide, it's 20 or 30 steps to putting those things together. And I think one of the things that we are challenged with in a transition from construction to owners taking over the maintenance of their building is we lose the knowledge of those complex systems and how to build them and take them apart if you need to fix them in that time of turnover. And that's something that we can make a real impact on, I think, is teaching the maintenance staff, the property manager, whoever's taking ownership of the project, or at least providing them the information. That's the simplest thing. As an architect, we can specify that the sub must provide the installation instructions or the maintenance guide so that we can hand that information over to the owner, and they're not making these improper repairs. And that's one of the things we probably see a lot in investigations is not doing the proper repair, not understanding the system, what it's intended to do, and then applying sealant where there shouldn't be sealant, filling in a leak or whatever. So,
yeah.
Emily, as a person who tends to do some in-field testing of these things, what are your thoughts about mock-ups and ensuring the testing is used and it's used in a proper way, that the results of that test are meaningful and individually applied to ensure that the rest of the building is built in a high-performance way?
Yeah, so the results of the mock-up test set your basis of what the building should be doing. So you also definitely do need to do like an on-building test as well. But if you do a mock-up test, then again, everyone is aware, everyone knows exactly how this test is going to go, what you need to have available. I cannot tell you how many times we show up for a window water test and they go, "Do you need water? What do you mean?" And then what Vicki said about just maintenance in general too is very important, because again, you have a mock-up, you have this brick system that's just perfectly done, all the weeks are in place, and then your maintenance guy doesn't know what a week is, and he walks around the building and says, "Yeah, I plugged all the holes in the brick." It's really good, but yeah.
So, wanted to mention real fast, one of the things about the Southeast that's pretty unique to warm, humid climates is the need to keep buildings really tight, right? The single best thing to do to improve the performance of your building is to make sure that air with water vapor along with it is not making its way into your building. And then beyond that, of course, is from bridging, you want to make sure is minimized to the greatest extent possible to ensure that our roof facades are performing at a higher level and not allowing them to come through the facade. Crowne, I don't know if you want to comment at all about the design process to mitigate those things and make sure that they are coordinated with all the other things that have to happen on the facade, including daylighting, including constructability, including budget.
Yeah, I think we'll probably mention this a few times. having the right folks at the table as early as possible is really, really critical. Use integrated design, you can use whatever phrase you want, but you can't have constructive conversations to get towards all of those layers of goals without it. And so making sure that the right folks from the owner side are involved too. And what does that look like from a performance standpoint? What kind of MEP systems need to support that? You know, what are the design options that you're looking at, and what are the details that are associated with that? So I think that's the biggest lesson learned over and over again that I know is repeated a lot, but it's really the crux of success for fuels.
Sometimes owners are coming from this region and don't know this climate. We actually get more rainfall than Seattle does, right, on an annual basis, just heavier downpours maybe than consistent. One of the other interesting things we found out, we moved into 101 Marietta Street, a tall glass high-rise building downtown a few years ago, and we wanted to do this health and wellness interior design of our space. And we created this element of an open ceiling grid that was going to have vines growing and hanging over our heads basically at our desks. But we found out that the south-facing rooms, the climate in those spaces wouldn't allow for the vines to grow. So we've adapted, we only have cacti and succulents growing on that side of the office. But it just goes to show that the facade on that side of the building is taking that intense heat, that intense radiation. Unless you have a good system, obviously that can deter it.
So you really have to learn about your space, indoor and outdoor environment, and understand what's actually going to work, rather than kind of just applying what maybe seems like a good idea, but it's not actually going to be.
Right. Or something that maybe we built in California or Denver before, and we're just going to take those same schematic plans and drop them somewhere else. You know?
So I think there's a point about what it means to be stuck in inertia, right? And to do what you're used to doing, because that's what you've always done before, right? And I think understanding the local climate is a really important piece of that puzzle. And so I wonder what each of you have done to try to help folks on your teams understand that business as usual is probably not the right answer, and how do we make sure that we are designing things that are beautiful and functional and high performance, and that the default code installation, I use the word code in quotes because if you can design it in course it would be illegal. So I'd like people to start thinking about code as a minimum absolute bottom barrel performance, that yeah, we should always better than that. And so strategies in your mind, status quo and breaking the inertia.
Well, we don't just think about today, we think about future. And so we do future risk assessments on really all of our projects to understand decades into the future, what are the climate risks, what are the stressors, and then kind of backtracking, how can we, on the design side, prepare to the greatest extent. And so I think that's really key to your point of not being static. I think present day, when you start designing a project and even looking at when it's done, construction is also quite a different scenario. And it's hard, right? There's schedule pressures, there's cost pressures, there's supply chain pressures, there's a lot that can against you, but I think as much as you can be forward looking and think about not just the present, it's going to be helpful.
I think from a more micro level project manager, but from our perspective, we try to bring in the tradesmen as early as we can so that they can understand what we endeavor to have clear and concise goals for what we're trying to achieve on the project. It is high performing envelope, and there are inevitably the gentlemen that will walk up and say, I've done this for 30 years and I've never done it that way. We have to correct that culture. We have to have spine low enough to correct that 40-year-old seasoned professional that for this example, you don't know what you're talking about. Let's work through it together and let's try to figure out how the interior design, how we're able to do it. So that's a big challenge for us to try to hit as much as we can on the front end, and then as we run our first inspections and all that, to try to reinforce that. quality of the process?
As third party, to come in and to also be like, trying to teach the construction team of it's different now, like you don't have to do everything the same way. I think it's also very important to come forward as if I'm trying to help versus I'm trying to tell you that you're doing wrong, you know? And so it's just creating that relationship with the contractor, with the subcontractors of, oh, they're there to actually help you out and make sure that and help you do a better job versus pointing fingers.
So given that context, what have each of you seen as, let's say, the most common mistake on a job site? The things that seem to go wrong, whether it's every time or maybe it's one time and wow, how does it do something?
Well, there's a couple I would say, but I mean, yeah, definitely it's
a low ball.
It's certainly interfaces between different trades, different systems. Those are critical details that usually there's a basis of design on drawings, but then there's, again, different shop drawing packages that have to tie together. But I think also something that gets lost is just repetition. Day-to-day workmanship of, you get a 60-story building like we were just talking about earlier, where it's the same thing over and over again for so many floors. And the worker gets bored, honestly, of doing that same job for 60 or 100 days straight. And so one day they may show up not 100%, and they may miss a step or two. So it's things like that, just whether it's a checklist or quality assurance program that you put in place to ensure that, those things, you don't miss those steps every now and then. It's going to happen. It's human, we're all human, it's natural, it's construction. We expect that, but it's having that, whether it's a third-party quality assurance, whether it's the general taking the extra effort to check things on the backside. Every project's different. You kind of have to cater your quality control program to your project, where the critical needs are. So,
let's see, with the zip system, this is the first example that came to mind, is just the issue with rolling the tape. That's the hardest hurdle, biggest hurdle that you need to jump through to get a zip system to work properly, is to roll the tape. But then, and every now and then you see, the nails through the tape, and you go, okay, well, let's go back to the drawing board, let's tell you exactly what the tape is for in order to seal your sheathing. So it's just, again, it's what he said with the repetition, and then I can always tell on certain sites when the crews change, because you're like, okay, this crew's great, they know what they're doing, you go 3-4 buildings with that crew, and then all of a sudden you're back to square one again. So it's just, being vigilant and making sure that your QA on site is consistent enough to keep up with the different crews.
Yeah, the other thing I can probably speak to is there's weather during construction, right? So we get rainfall in the middle of construction when we're trying to dry a building in, or particularly on roofs, but maybe not as much on facades, where you have that potential of damaging your brand new insulation, sheathing, board. Okay, yeah,
I think I know we're messing with.
I won't name any names for designers or buildings, but for your example, if you're going to do a wood frame construction building, and you're going to pitch your roof into your center, your main atrium, but yet you have all these systems, and then the question is, how do you keep the rain from getting inside? That's a giant challenge to get to. As the water naturally falls during the construction process, the substrate has to dry, make sure the membrane lines and make sure the system clean so that you can then put your curtain wall in and flash over the top of it. Those things, if thought about too late, create a nice waterfall. It falls right into the atrium of the building as you're working through those things.
And the building being spoken about is certainly not in any of the slides in the background.
Not at all. But I had two to your question about what bites you the most, or what's the biggest triggers. Coordination of flashings, and my system doesn't need that many beads of cement. I fight that battle too many times. It's very evident. Curtain wall being one of them. My dry lines here, and this is this, and I don't have that third one doing that. So, but that coordination between what the drawings indicate, what the systems require for the manufacturer's detail, that's sometimes it's more an aggravation. But the real challenge becomes where flashings and counter flashings, they merge between systems. You've got the masons, got one that lets the curtain wall, and they don't exactly tie exactly together, and they're not locked in. And so you end up having to buy someone to do all of it as almost another layer, just to complete the system as defined. Those are my two.
Yeah, and you're obviously taking into account sequencing throughout the project too, so that comes into play when you have overlapping flashings and things like that. You have to do it in a certain order to do it properly. And sometimes, you know, we can get pushed to deliver on schedule, and maybe have to unfortunately get out of sequence sometimes, but that's something we always have to try to keep an eye on or take care of from a planning standpoint.
Well, you didn't get a chance to win on your...
Well, I was actually going to say what you were saying about changeover and teams. I think that's just kind of a blanket moment of a gap that is always, you have momentum and you're trying to kind of get it back. And so that quality assurance and that consistency, I see.
Yeah, I always love to display a video of a relay race with the passing of the baton. It's a perfect metaphor for that, transition.
And maybe I'd say that design teams can be guilty of that too, right? Like it goes both ways.
Yeah.
And,
there's a lot of effort
on either end.
The person actually passing the baton. It's not just the person reaching back, it's also the person reaching forward. So,
yeah.
I'm probably not supposed to answer other questions, but I did want to weigh in. I think one of the most important things that seems to happen, and this relates back to the mock-up discussion, right, is that sometimes the contractor can't get all the materials from the mock-up in advance enough, so that way the mock-up can't be completed with enough time to actually test it and actually validate it before you actually say, hey, we're going to start putting these things on the building 8 stories in the air, and we're going to do it 450 times. And so I think the timing of that is really important. I would certainly add to that list the necessity of the mock-up timing, and even if that means, yeah, you have to order your glass twice, you can mock-up order and your base order, and yes, you might need to order brick twice, you might need to order all the other components of whatever that building is.
Or the backup option, if the owner doesn't want to pay for that, it's the first of kind approach, where you're going to have things on site. At least if it's not an aesthetic like color choice, you can work out those details. First of kind installation mock-up on the actual building, and again, get all those parts together and collaborate on that first install, get it right, and even a document it. Really successful projects I've seen where, like a wood frame construction with balconies, where there's just 15, 20 steps to flashing a balcony. You can actually do that in a mock-up, first of kind install. It's going to take weeks, honestly. It's not just a single day effort. But if somebody's out there each day, takes a couple pictures of each step that occurred during that day, you can put it in a booklet, and then actually have that booklet in a binder on the job site. And again, if you switch crews, at least you can transition that knowledge. Here's the step-by-step instructions for how to do it. Wow, more success that way.
I had one crew or one construction team one time that did that same thing, but they laminated it and they put it on a key ring and they handed it to each crew as they went on.
So I mentioned in the introduction how important infiltration is in the southeast. I'd love to hear from the panel about firsthand perhaps start with you about why that is so critical.
Well, I think Vicky gave a great introduction. We get a lot of rain, and we also have a lot of moisture in the air, both of which are things we don't want in our building. So just like on the very basic level, it's really, really critical. And I think maybe your case is a nightmare situation on site, because it is so hard once you have an assured infiltrated, it's so hard to get it out. And it's very expensive, and it's kind of an ongoing thing that you have to track, and it can lead to health, air quality concerns, and all that. And so I think it has to be the crux of what we do.
Yeah, I mean, mechanical systems aren't expecting there to be that much extra moisture load, right? So they're going to have to work harder to dehumidify the space or cool the space if it's overheated because there's a lot of air intrusion. Pressure matters. So again, it's kind of a collaboration between the enclosure design and the mechanical design and all these other components that penetrate the facade. You have to work those all out in the design process.
I mean, what's important about your mechanical systems is that you can't have it oversized either. That's the key point, is that if it's a smaller space, but you have like a 2-ton system for this little tiny apartment unit, it's going to kick on for 5 seconds, cool it to that level, and then be done. And you lose any dehumidification that you could get from your HVAC system.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it was brought up earlier about having operable windows and balancing that opportunity. I think a lot of that comes with educating the tenants, because we work with the higher ed or a group that has a lot of international students that grew up without air conditioning, and they're just accustomed to using natural ventilation. And the building doesn't know that. The building's trying to condition the space constantly, and so there's that give and take. But I think a lot of it just comes down with educating the tenants. And if you go in our office, we have a lot of plaques all over the place in our office. It's mostly to give tours so we can educate people on how to do things more sustainably. But I think that's another avenue. You can have owners implement those little educational tools within your buildings. A higher ed dormitory could have a little, 2 or 3 step instruction guide on how to operate the mechanical system versus using natural ventilation, and that way you can accomplish those goals that you set out to achieve.
I was just going to say, because we do want to take advantage of natural ventilation to the greatest extent possible, but again, we need to be able to accommodate that effectively in designing all the systems and the components of the space. And I had a project in Manhattan, which is not quite as humid as here, but still quite humid. And it was pursuing living building challenge, and so we really wanted to get natural ventilation. But there was this concern around air quality, and we actually monitored the construction site for months and months and months, and there actually wasn't any air quality issue in the middle of Manhattan. So I know that's deviating us a little bit, but I think that's really important to just remind ourselves that, like, oftentimes outside air is the best, and so how can we accommodate that even in a hot, humid climate in certain seasons of design?
Yeah, I think it's bad in terms of natural ventilation, because certainly no one wants to open their windows, or probably should be opening their windows in the summer.
Right.
But we do have 6-ish, depending on how you count it on the year, months of actually fairly moderate climate, in which actually opening windows is a really good idea. And I know the project that one of the projects that Matt and I worked on together, we had a very similar instance where we were worried about air quality, and we actually set up a testing station outside to validate the testing results they came from the inside to see if any of it was being caused by Eskew.
Yeah, I think someone mentioned applying the dumb old ideas, right? That's a perfect example of that. You go back to Roman times, 2,000 years ago, the largest windows in old design were hospitals because they wanted fresh ventilation. That was what they thought was the best way to cure all these different diseases. So again, to your point, even in an urban environment, we could still accomplish that goal. Again, it's a lot of factors, but I think educating the tenants is a big part of it. Because you'll see failures where the tenants don't know how to operate the system or when is the right appropriate time to open the window and close the window.
So speaking of oversized windows, and for the record, this was not a white box that I shared with you guys.
And you're looking at me, so.
Not aimed at the architect on the panel necessarily, perhaps some in the audience as well. some discussion, I think, in the design community about what amount of glass is appropriate. And I think there's a default in high design that all glass buildings are the answer because that's how you maximize transparency and that's how you therefore optimize design. I think actually you'll see in the slideshow that we're looking at that none of these buildings have all glass facades. There's a reason for that. All glass facades are actually terrible performers in terms of thermal performance, in terms of glare, in terms of, you mentioned it already, in terms of thermal performance, right? But wanted to ask anyone else wanted to weigh in on the mistaken position, because I obviously just did for myself, about the level of glass in facade and contemporary architecture.
Well, I mean, I think the example I gave earlier about the one side of our office is a desert climate and the other side is a jungle. That's a perfect example.
Yeah, well, I think he did a great job talking about Tech Square and thermal bridging and showed some of those photos. And obviously, with all glass facade, that's really challenging to work against, right? So, and there's of course the extreme examples of melting cars and all of that stuff that no one wants to be associated with. But yeah, I think we all know that there's a way to balance performance and aesthetics and daylight and views and all of those things.
Yeah, we've heard a couple good slides earlier today about solar shading and things like that. So there's other ways of accomplishing that. Green soleils and things like that.
There's also the element of what we dealt with, depending on your environment, if you're at all glass system facade, if you are in a bird watcher, there may be a graveyard surrounding your building, or birds seasons coming up. So doing the frigging and the other elements that can help you prevent that. I had one unit back at my house yesterday. I had to go and take care of that for my house, in the world. It's a real thing, depending on your environment. Maybe not so much Manhattan or small.
Thanks for bringing that up. I would say that actually bird collisions in North America kill about, give or take, depending on whose data you want to use, let's pick a round number of about 1 billion birds a year. And so that is actually not a superficial thing to worry about. And actually it happens anywhere there's regulatory pathways if you want to think about mitigating bird collisions. That means mitigating transparent corners, it means selectivity of the trees, it means things that are lit up at night, transparent, etc.
So it means breaking solid.
It does. Exactly. What we're running about, we got less than 5 minutes. Wanted to ask each of you about where we might go from here in terms of improving the performance of facades in terms of either humanistic, thermal, or infiltration perspectives.
That's fine. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot of what I talked about already. Whether it be, setting the precedents for quality from the very beginning and maintaining that throughout the entire project. Whether it's just presenting information to those that need it. Having those installation guides that you can hand over to the maintenance staff at the end of the project. Whether it's creating those laminated plaques for the installers, maybe different crews and switching out. It's a lot of that information. I mean, we're all bright people in this room, but there's a lot of other people out there that are going to use our buildings and be protected by these facades that do not have that knowledge. So we have to share that knowledge and help educate them.
I would say the big point is, again, just making sure that everyone knows that you're all on the same team, that you're all trying to build this building together, and that you all want all the details to work, because no one wants to go back to a building after it's been done. And I just think that that's one of the most important things. We can do all of the design, we can do all of the shooting for the movie with all the energy, but it doesn't really matter as much if the building doesn't get built properly.
Well, I spend my days thinking about how we build to materials, and our interior materials tend to be much further along than facade and envelope materials as far as transparency and reducing of chemicals, and some of that is around performance needs. But what an opportunity to continue to get the worst of our chemicals out of our building products and really leverage innovation that's more sustainable and better for all of the hands that are touching it along the supply chain.
For me, this question is softball because as the contractor, the hard work is done more times than not before we ever get engaged. And it's easy for me, but it's a challenge for the design teams and the manufacturers. Setting and convincing owners of what their clear goals and expectations for their envelopes before they go in, before some consultant provides a cost quote that says it's going to cost this. Getting to them and setting those expectations up front, that's where the real challenge is by the time we get involved. Sometimes we don't have the opportunity to influence much other than you give me 3 manufacturers to pick from, and the owner wants the changes to. So that dynamic there, we need the help as the contractor side of things from the designers and the manufacturers to come up with these things and allow owners to see the benefit of them up front, so that there's no battle after the
And Matt, you ran over by about 4 seconds, so we're going to have to try you later. I think that wraps up our time. I did want to conclude with one quick thought. I think as the codes evolve, they are actually, I mean, kind of a joke earlier about the fact that codes are very worse with making the building illegal. But I think as codes continue to evolve, continue to progress, we're going to start to see more and more performance requirements built into envelopes. I think that's actually a really good thing. You start to see in IBC 2021 requirements for blower door testing and buildings of a certain size, and starting to make that normal, allowing more and more people to become familiar with that process to ensure that our buildings actually act the way they were intended to be drawn, and then helping ensure that through the lifetime of that building that it achieves a higher level of comfort. With that, we're a full minute over. I will say thank you so much for listening to us. Appreciate your comment.